Well, you know, Fred, uh, should I just restart the whole thing? Hang on a second. Of course I was muted. Of course I was muted. First episode, off to a banging start. YouTube had put me into private. Now, of course, I was muted. Of course I was. Why not? Why, professional here. This is a professional streaming, folks. I've only been doing this for freaking 4 years now. You'd think by this point I'd know how to press a button or two. But no, of course not. Yo, good to see everyone kind of filing in. Don't mind the interruptions and the sillinesses. What was I saying when I was muted? Oh, I was saying welcome to everyone, mesdames, messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. Bit of a new look for the show, for the series. This is called Mironchuck Live. As you can see from the thumbnail, it's later than you think. We're going into Orthodoxy, religion, and all those other fine stuff. We're calling that one Mulligan, yeah. Well, it's just, it's easing you in. I don't want to do too many changes. I want you to still have some leftovers from the old show, like tech problems, like easily fixed tech problems that I should know better, and should have checked out beforehand and did all my pre-prep and was worried about all these other things, and then didn't do the simple things. So that's what I do. But we're getting there. In another 4 years, I'll not forget to press to unmute myself at the very start of every show. It's going to happen. One of these days, it'll happen. And that'll be a red letter day. And then it'll never happen again. It'll be like one day, one time it'll happen perfectly. And then, of course, after that, it's just a disaster. Why are we even bothering? Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you all. So the question we're going to start answering, $5 from KLY. I enjoy the tech problems. Well, here's something for you. If you send me some money, folks, in whatever way you do, we're going to give you some sounds.
I will give you a show like you have never, ever seen before. Why? Because I can.
I can. The mighty Shawn Michaels. Should be also getting some alert box notifications in there as well, but I don't see them coming up because, of course, they're not. Why would that work? Why would that just suddenly work? Huh? Why would that do that? Let's see if we can do this. Maybe this will work. I don't know. We'll find out. Ladies and gentlemen, going to get away from a little bit of the political analysis and all that kind of stuff to ask some theological questions, get involved in ourselves in some theology, some debates, and some other kind of interesting topics, just to give my brain an analytical break from certain things. And, of course, I am a catechumen in the Russian and the Rokor Church down here. So my mind's mostly on religion these days anyways, so I feel that it's pretty much apropos to spend more time in the religious sectors. And, of course, we'll get to some news and all the rest of it down the track. I'm sure there'll be stuff to talk about. Eventually, the show will start integrating interviews and live talks as well. I'm just working on getting some new tech, so you can help with that grift goal. That grift goal is going to go to new tech and new graphics card and all these other fancy schmancy things, maybe some new lights, so I can stop being black and white. We'll see how that goes. So please feel free to donate any way which way you can over on YouTube or over on Streamlabs or directly into PayPal. It's the best way. It goes right in my pocket, and that way we avoid taxations and thefts and declarations of all kind. So I probably shouldn't be saying that out loud live, but hey, hi Australian government, don't worry, I'm sure you'll take money from me somehow. So support it in which way you can. Of course, let the people know, like and subscribe and support and share and do all those things. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing right now all across the West, all these different reports coming in, and I'm certainly seeing it even down here in Australia, in my little parish, which is the only English-speaking church, or I should say this, the only church that is giving English services, or the first Orthodox church giving English services in all of Western Australia. All the other Orthodox churches down here are more ethnic, so they're doing it in Greek or Russian or Serbian or whatever language of the parish. So pretty exciting times, and we're even seeing a big influx of people. I'm part of a catechumen class of 2025. I think there's between 8 and 11 of us, depending on how you want to count it, because there's some people from up north who come in, and then there's already some new people showing up, possibly for catechism class of 2026. So it's very exciting times for Orthodoxy, and of course, the big question a lot of people are asking is why? Why now? The church has been around for thousands of years. Even Rokor, who's been giving services in English all throughout the West, primarily, the big ones are America. A lot of the celebrity priests, and which we'll cover a few of those today, are all American, but it's growing throughout the world and throughout the West. And a lot of people are asking, well, why? Why now? What's really the big drive? KLW says, just finished doing my inhaler hits. Well, I don't know if that's code for something in KLY, but I'm glad you're inhaled, properly inhaled. I'd hate to have you non-inhaled. So the big question, of course, is why? Why now? On a personal note, it was pretty easy for me. Easy. When I had a spiritual awakening in 2020, I started looking around to, well, which church, which tradition should I go to? I wasn't very thrilled by the Protestants and what was going on in the Protestant world. The Catholics would have been easier for me because this all happened in Montreal before I moved here to Australia. And I had been baptized Roman Catholic because of my French Canadian father, birth father. But my grandfather on my mother's side, who was my surrogate father, man who essentially was my father figure growing up, he was Russian Orthodox. So in that spirit, I was like, well, I should be looking into Orthodoxy. And that was kind of it. And luckily for me, Orthodoxy is the true church, and all that fun and games. So it was an easy entry point for me. And then, of course, it's been 5 years of discovery and getting my head around certain things. For many others, it's not going to be that simple. You may not come from a tradition. You might come from a Protestant tradition or a non-tradition. Maybe you're like me, an atheist for a long time, so it doesn't really matter what tradition you're coming from. You have to unpack all that stuff. And yet, men are flocking towards Orthodoxy. Now, partly it's because the effectiveness, I think, of social media. A lot of podcasts, a lot of great shows. Buck Johnson, for example, Tommy Salmons, the list goes on. Many of my personal friends, people who I call friends, are doing banger work in bringing people to the church and bringing awareness of the church to people, especially people who may not even have heard of Orthodoxy before. Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, Hello Listener. The list goes on. So there's certainly an influx of talent out there drawing people in, but I think it's even more. In some ways, I think it's more obvious than even that. When we look around and we see the other traditions out there, and you see, let's say the Lutherans or many of the Protestant and evangelical churches going towards the woke, I believe they were kind of infected both by the world and also by the full pews syndrome. We'll call it that. This desire to have full pews. If we're not doing God's work unless the church is full every Sunday. And they're kind of missing the point because it's not really about fullness. The church itself, the tradition, the religion, Christ comes to fulfill things and fulfill us in many ways. So this idea that the church itself has to be full in order to proclaim the greatness and the truth and the embodiment of the church, not so much. There are going to be times when the church is going to be full and there's going to be a lot of people coming out. There's going to be times when it's not. There's a great story from one of the Death of the World magazines talking about an old priest who got up one morning and really didn't want to do liturgy. It was cold and it was in the middle of Russia, and he knew that no one was going to be coming because there was a massive snowstorm outside. But it's liturgy is liturgy. Tradition is tradition. So he gets up and he goes to the liturgy, and then he's amazed by all these people flocking in, and the church is full, and he's met with this almost heavenly choir inside the church. And as he finishes the liturgy, he looks around, and the church is empty again, and he realizes that the heavenly host had been there. That even if the physical bodies of people aren't attending the church, that's not really what you're doing it for. Obviously, you want to do it for people. People come to the hospital to get to receive their spiritual medicine to get well, and being part of liturgy is part of that. But even if there's no one in the church, even if the liturgy goes on for just the priest performing the ritual alone, there's worthiness there, because it's not about us. It's for us, but it's not about us. We participate, but it's not about us. If you go to liturgy, you find, famously, the priest will mostly have his back to you, or be, occasionally the priest will circle around the laity, but whether we're there or not, whether there's two people there or not, the ritual remains the same. There's a continuity. And I think that's really what is drawing young men to Orthodoxy, above and beyond all else. Maybe, everyone has their own thing. But essentially, that sense of unbroken tradition, the search for truth, the desire for truth. We want what's true, what's something that is permanent, that has stood the test of time, that isn't produced. And we'll get to that in the second half of the show, about how everything we watch is produced and everything's affecting your thoughts, grabbing your attention. Attention equals worship. And so many of the devices in modernity, even these shows, I have to admit, I'm trying to attach myself to your attention. Give me your attention. Me, 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 me. Spend the next 3 hours with me. So then you always have to ask the question, well, what am I producing? Am I producing something of worthwhile value? Not just entertainment-wise, but it's something, and not just information or education, but something that's the most evergreen characteristic, especially of these live streams, and something that I figured out about last year. It's very much similar to what I was doing when I was bartending, realizing that, I'm not really selling drinks. The drinks sell themselves. People come to the bar, they're going to have a drink. What you're really kind of selling is an experience. That's what you're in control of. That's what you can provide. And if you can provide an experience that is unlike other people, or that gives people some sort of quality or some sort of meaning, something bigger to their life, then it's noteworthy. It's good. And people will forget everything else you talked about. Maybe they'll hold on to little nuggets. Fellowship, exactly. The fellowship is often what keeps people coming back. Because that's the human part. We can talk about all these great, poetic, heroic meanings. Salvation, redemption. These things are important. I'm not trying to downplay them. But for the majority of people, especially when you're first coming to the church, you're trying to attach yourself to, to infinity and beyond, to the concept of God. It's a pretty big thing. Especially if you're younger, I think. If when you get older, you're getting closer to the end. So suddenly, that death thing is creeping up behind you. And brothers, it is later than you think. Hasten, therefore, to do the work of God. That's really what that quote comes from. And I think it's really what it means. Some people attach it to the eschaton, to the end times, to the end of civilization or something. End of the good times. And that's partly true. What it also means is that our end on this earth, that's the only thing you can't escape from. You can't control, really. You can have some sort of controls, eat better, sleep, do all the healthy things and try to stay out of danger, sure. But we're all going to die at one point or another. That's the guarantee. And that does a number, I think, especially a lot of modernists who have more and more access to what they believe is controls of their life. They think they're in control. But we're not. We're only in temporary influence over certain events and people and things and how things go. Oh my goodness, bloody Gorilla Biscuit giving out the memberships. Appreciate you. Interesting how all my assets aren't showing up. Weird. We're gonna fix that. Figure that out. There we go. There we go.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you, baby. Slutty Biscuit, you are
the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
That's right. You keep showering me with gifts. I will shower you with soundboards. Soundboardisms. Wrestling soundboardisms. Why? Because I like wrestling. I'm a big pro wrestling fan. But what can I tell you? I was a Bret Hart mark throughout my younger years, even when he was part of the Hart Foundation. Comes with being Canadian. This was one of those things. If you were a Canadian during the 80s and 90s, or I guess very early 2000s, but mostly the 90s, it's like you're a Bret Hart fan. That's you like hockey, you enjoy some maple syrup, and there's Bret Hart, and you got to cheer for him because otherwise they ship you off. They used to be. Wouldn't that be amazing? That's a litmus test for Canadian citizenship now. Do you enjoy a good Bret Hart match? Can you go watch Bret Hart versus Stone Cold during for the heel face turn in WrestleMania 14, I believe, and give a good breakdown synopsis of the match. We're going to grade you. That's how you get Canadian citizenship now. If I was prime minister, well, if I was prime minister, those many different things would be happening, but shall not happen. That shall not be the case, unfortunately. So let's get to Carl Benjamin over at Lotus Eaters Daily. Asked the question, why are young men joining the Orthodox Church? Why? Why is such a thing happening? Well, we're going to find out. Let me just turn this off. Okay. So he's quoting the BBC article with Father Moses McPherson. The mighty Buck Johnson shows up in this interview as well. They actually went over to interview Buck. They quote, I think in this is the article, they quote him having two large TVs. In actuality, Buck has informed me that he actually has three large TVs. So, BBC, always inaccurate. What can I tell you? Streamlabs KLW, $5. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Got a whole bunch of these folks. You keep bringing them in. We keep making it happen. KLW says, grew up in PA and like Bret Hart as well. Well, that's because you know why, KLW? Because you have taste. You have taste. That's why. You're part of the Mironchuck crew here, folks. If you're here, if you're in my chat, I've been cultivating one of the best chats and best audiences, bar none. And now we're pivoting. I've jettisoned quite a few people. People are big mad about certain things I've done on the channel recently. Big mad at Jim Jatras for some reason. He's not being pro-Trump enough for some. So it's it is what it is. We just tell you what we see and how we see it, and it comes to pass more often than not. And then people get more big mad because not only are we not telling them what they want to hear, but what we're telling them is the truth. And it's we've jettisoned the nicknames too. No, we can have the Mironchaz, Mironchuckles. That's fine. That's okay. We're allowed to have those still. My goodness, it's still Mironchuck. It's still Mironchucknow. The channel has not changed. But we'll see. We'll make adjustments. I was actually going to wait. I've been waiting. I've been putting together stuff. And I was like, do I wait another week? I could wait another week. And I was like, nah. You know what? The longer you wait to do the shows, it's harder to do the shows. You gotta it's a muscle, and it's what happened to me when I had the original 2-Bit podcast show 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. 2014, I think, is when I first started doing stuff with a very original show. It's still out there. You can find it, I think, on SoundCloud. There's still because I deleted a whole bunch of stuff, but didn't delete an account, and it's still on SoundCloud, so you can still have access to some very, very early Jason trying to do podcasting. And what I was going to say, early show podcasting stuff I was doing then. I forget now. Nicknames, help me out. What was I saying? I don't know. You can go check them out if you want. Dang it. I completely lost that thought. Wow. Well, 48 on the internet, folks. I might as well be Methuselah. So, anyways, where we at? Why young men are joining the Russian churches, promising absurd levels of manliness. Of course, Father Moses McPherson, who's a power lifter. I think he was and still is a power lifter, a big, manly, masculine man out there with the giant cross. Let's listen to a little bit of what Carl says, and then we'll do some supplementals, some supplemental watching.
Just why are young men in America joining the Russian Orthodox Church? Asks the BBC, but it's fairly self-evident as to what the answer is, isn't it? I mean, and this is not a phenomenon reserved purely for the Americans either. nor just the Russian Orthodox Church. For example, in Britain, I know a couple of people who have joined the Greek Orthodox Church, which is just something that is becoming apparent that the Protestant Church is, of course, failing in its duty. Now, I'm an English atheist, so obviously I'm a member of the Church of England. I'm not a member of the Church of England, but you know why I'm saying it. And it's because just generally, evangelical Protestantism has gone completely.
The reason you're saying it, Carl, is because you put nation over God. You're even trying to put nation over yourself, but you can't because you want to be connected to it. So you're British, and you think or you're English, I should say. And so now the Church of England, because it has England in the title, well, you're England, they're England, and right? It's got to be a one-to-one. This is where atheists and materialists fail. And I can speak from experience as a former atheist and anti-theist. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Biggins is now following over on Kick. Appreciate you. As a former atheist and anti-theist, I had the same problem. Everything had to look like me. It had to please me. I had to see myself in it. And if I couldn't see myself in it, then it, not my thing. The idea of a hierarchy of being, something bigger than you, is really, all you can understand is that there are people and positions greater than you, which is more of a class kind of warfare kind of mentality. But the idea of a concept or a state of being greater than you, that's impossible. We're all fundamentally the same people, right? And that's kind of true. But there's levels to this, and the hierarchy of, let's say, a being is really measured against yourself. You can measure yourself against, Saint Paesos or any other saint. Or one of the great things about how Orthodoxy approaches the saints is you actually can do that to a certain degree, because even the saints, even those who have reached theosis, many of their writings approach it as they're the worst Christians, they are still sinners. They haven't freed themselves from these things. Now, they might be much further down that path than you or I. I'll speak personally, way further down that path than me. But that doesn't mean that comparison between you and them is impossible. Now, of course, don't go walking around thinking you're a saint. Go to liturgy first. Have a prayer rule, for Pete's sake. But the understanding that even high-ranking positions, for example, the position has to infer responsibility, duties, a state of being. So your priest, for example, has much more responsibilities than you do. No matter what your position in the church is, if you're not the priest, then you don't have that level of responsibility. Even the responsibility for a priest baptizing, bringing people into the church, it's a heavy responsibility. If you're doing Orthodoxy really correctly, you're going to your priest quite often and asking for advice, permissions, blessings. What do I do? How do I do it? Should I do this? Should I do that? So your priest, in many ways, is, your spiritual father, in many ways becomes like your father. But unlike your father, well, let's say your father's not a priest, unlike your actual father, your spiritual father also has a responsibility of your soul. It's a heck of a responsibility. So what the atheist and materialist always fails with this is that this idea that if all men are born equal and all that separates myself from, let's say, Carl or the prime minister of England or some other country is just positioning. And I would like to think, considering the current batch of leadership that we have out there, that the thing that's separating me, the dividing line or the metric we're using shouldn't be because the Prime Minister of England is the Prime Minister of England. Keir Starmer, and I would like to believe, in even my most horrible, wretched Christian self. I'm the worst Christian ever, and I do believe that. And in all humility, I like to believe that I'm at least maybe 0.5 of a better human being than Keir Starmer, just on an average metric. No. Give me that one. Brett screwed Brett Mironchuck. Oh, I don't believe that at all. I almost didn't have a Shawn Michaels button on here because, Shawn Michaels screwed Brett. Vince McMahon screwed Brett. And we'll hear nothing more of it. Goldberg screwed Brett. Goldberg! Goldberg button.
Example from Germany, but you can find an example anyway. This is literally just the first thing I found on Google because the pattern. You can see from the pride flags exactly where this has gone. And it's not that the Catholics haven't had a bit of a problem with this as well, but it is the evangelical Protestants that are the most guilty of this, going just completely soft and libtarded. And nobody's got any time for it because what this means is the entire church fundamentally doesn't become about religion, which I think if you're going to a church, maybe it should be about the religion. But secondly, it makes the entire church female coded. Oh, this is about women, gays, transgenders, and minorities, is it? Why would I be interested in going to a church that prioritizes all of the things that I'm not above me with external political symbols?
He's so close. It's infuriating sometimes when you listen to Carl and a few of these, because I think Carl's a very smart man. I actually think he's a good man, despite atheisms and all the rest of it. I honestly think that Carl is a decent human being who is trying to figure things out and has been given, who is living in this world in this time like the rest of us, and doing his best with the fronema, with the worldview that he has adopted or cobbled together. And I also think that maybe the countdown's on until, I think we've covered this on previous shows, but it's starting to sound like he's getting pretty close to at least starting to go to church. His kids are going to church. His wife is bringing them. I think they're bringing them to Anglican churches, and God bless that. We got to hope that the Anglicans figure it out. Being Catholics without a pope, I don't know how that's working out for them. I don't think so well. Most of the Anglican churches down here are closing up shop because they just don't have the attendance anymore. It's a thing that's happening. And in terms of tradition, especially let's say with the British tradition, I can understand why people would want to hold on to something like that because it is part of something that you grew up as a child, or you knew your parents or your grandparents were involved in the Anglican Church, perhaps. There's a connection there. There's a lineage, and one of the things that I think has been hollowed out especially over the last 60 years, is that destruction not just of family and the family structure, but of lineage itself. Most of us, well, I shouldn't say most of us, quite a few of us, myself included, you only really know, you go back 3 generations, maybe 4, and then it starts getting murky, doesn't it? Don't know your great-great-grandparents' name. You don't quite know, especially if you're coming from a somewhat immigrant parents or family, people who immigrated in the last, let's say, 100 years. It gets pretty murky because records got lost and there's maybe pre-photographs. Maybe you have some, but, who was that? Where'd they come from? What village did they come from? We don't know. Been lost to time. You can go do some digging, and sure, but chances are you may just never know. Especially if you're Eastern European, it's just gone. So what people have been, I think this is the other aspect of why people are going back specifically to the Orthodox Church and this unbroken line, the Apostolic Church, where your priest can trace his lineage, his teaching lineage, all the way back to one of the apostles, each and every one. There's power in that. Because when you join to the church, you're joining a family. It's a marriage. You're being married into the church and you're joining that family. And suddenly, Now, your lineage is connected to that lineage. So maybe you don't know your family lineage all the way back for a few generations, but you have your church. And you know the church's lineage all the way back 2,000 years. Who first came over, who first established, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So now you have permanency. Something permanent other than death. We'll get to death either on this show or in future shows. It's tied into that. It's later than you think. But Christ conquers death. He conquered death for us. So even death for Christians, I'll speak just from an Orthodox perspective, even that's not permanent. We get to live on. In one place or another. So the only thing that becomes permanent, the only thing you can truly attach yourself to, that gives yourself a sense of bedrock, because, your family will move on and things can happen. So the only thing that really can give you permanence in this life is the church, tradition. And a tradition that's not going to change with the times. The Orthodox Church is not, well, let's say our prayers for this. I highly doubt that in my lifetime we're going to see Orthodox churches flying these flags. Put it that way. Because we are in this world, but we're not of it. In fact, one of the missions is to bring death to the world. The world meaning the passions. We bring death to the world by turning away from the passions, by killing them within ourselves. Passions such as lust, vainglory, pride, avarice, greed, gluttony. Right now, in this month of August, depending which calendar you're following, you've just finished or you're in the middle of the Dormition fast, the Dormition of the Theotokos, the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God. And this is commemorating her death. She fell asleep, and in the Orthodox tradition, we believe that Mary fell asleep. She was reposed, dormir, right, from the French, to fall asleep, and was brought up to heaven. So we can pray, ask her to pray with us. She has much like the saints, but she's given us this kind of a special place. Kind of special, the vessel of our Lord. What I'm saying about why I say all these things is that when you contend with the idea that even death itself is not permanent, that breaks the modernist, nihilistic, atheist, evolutionist, yada yada paradigm. And it gives us hope. And that's one thing that modernity cannot produce. Can't.
Taking primary purpose over the religion itself. Why would I want this if I was a young man? Compare that to this. It's like, well, which one do you think, as a man, I find more appealing? It's just because I'm such a die-hard xenophobe that I'm not prepared to join the Russian church, frankly, the Greek church. It's because I'm afraid I have to, spiritually support the Church of England, even if I kind of hate everything about what's happening there. But I thought we'd just go through this, just because this is just funny.
That doesn't make any sense to me. It does. It really makes zero sense to me. If I had been inquiring, and especially into the Russian church, or Ukrainian church, or Rokor, or whatever, and found, and if it was if it was reversed, and the Russian churches were doing all this stuff, I wouldn't have joined it. I would have gone, well, things have changed. My grandfather wouldn't have supported that. I would have gone to something else. Go to where the truth is. It doesn't really matter if it's got England pasted on it, or Canadian, or Russian, or whatever. You go where the truth is.
it's just really, really funny that it's like, look, you could become a power lifter and join the Orthodox Church, or you could become a power bottom and stay with the Protestant Church. And it's like, yeah, no, I think I would choose the power lifter, actually. And the thing is, I don't really know what the substantive difference in doctrine is.
Organized Insanity says, them big bad Russians, though, they're mean. Well, some can be. You know, generally speaking, Slavs just were suspicious of joy. Those with Slavic hearts are very suspicious of joy. It doesn't mean we don't have joy. We just like to poke it with a stick first. You're happy, are you? Why are you so happy? Why? Please, by the way, anyone who has any kind of Slavic grandparents or family they were raised around eventually gets this advice, more or less in these words, is like, do not smile so much. Why are you smiling so much? People who smile this much are either stupid or thieves. Don't smile so much. So it's just the way.
That changes between Orthodox and Protestant, right? I don't actually know how different they are.
Well, they're pretty different. Let's see if we can answer that question. He's saying that he doesn't understand what the difference between the theologies are. Well, let's listen to Father Moses. Let us know what the difference between these between Protestant prayer and Orthodox prayer might be.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. There's a funny saying that a man can watch three things endlessly: a fire, the ocean, and another man working. And it's funny because this brings me back to my first time really ever being in the Divine Liturgy. I remember my wife and I were in college. We got exposed to Orthodox Christianity. We went to the local parish, which was held in a dentist's office. The priest, Father Jeffrey Coors, was able to kind of put this together, even though there were very few Orthodox Christians at the time. This is almost 20 years ago. And they had this little chapel upstairs. And I remember that we went inside and there were just some icons and some candlelight. And it was funny because it was a drop ceiling, but none of the lights were on. It was all natural light. And I remember looking down and I saw my wife and she was sitting on the floor because they had no pews and no benches. I mean, it was a very small space, maybe 20 feet wide, maybe 30 feet long at most. And she looked so at peace, so contemplative. She just was soaking it in. And I remember attending liturgy and just not having to do anything. Just being present and soaking in the prayers, the hymnography, the icons, the light from the candles, the incense, just soaking it in and being present in the experience and not being a performer, not having to do anything, say anything, just being there, just being in it. And I remember that we were attending Divine Liturgy for several months, and then we had to go visit my aunt, so we went and visited my aunt, and we weren't Orthodox, we were Protestant inquirers. So we went to go and visit my aunt, and we went with my aunt to her mega church, which was held in a gymnasium and had a full, band up on stage and all these different things. And the worship service started, and, within 3 minutes, boom, the horn section kicked in. And they had all these horn players, and they were awesome. I mean, they didn't lack for ability or skill. It wasn't bad horn playing. It just was a cacophony of noise and sound just pounding on my head. And I remember standing there and I said, I can't pray. I can't pray because I can't focus and I can't be present. It's performance. And that's fine. If you go to a football game and the horns are blasting and the band is thumping the drums and getting you hyped up and there's an energy to it, that's awesome. I love that. As a man, I love that type of intensity. I love lifting weights. I love blasting metal. I love that energy, that ferocity. That is a true expression of myself as a man and something that I love, but that is not worship.
Just to cut in, maybe Father Moses says this later on. I have watched this, but it was a little last week. The problem really, well, okay. The main problem with the Protestant service, with the smoke machine and the big bands and the mega churches and all that stuff, is that who are you giving your attention to? Everyone there, even if they're in their mind, they're saying, we're lifting this up to the glory of God. We're doing this for God, right? The reason why we're congregated here and doing all these things is to exalt God and to abide in the Holy Spirit and whatever else the Protestants might say. Even if that's the intention, the effect is pay attention to me. Look at 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 me. Aren't I great? Isn't my rendition of Bridge Over Troubled Water fantastic? The pastor in these things are, look at me, look at me, look at me. Isn't my speech great? Don't I deliver it well? Don't I pace well on the stage? And all the silliness. The fact that you have a pastor, a priest, a church father, he's going to have presence. Of course he's going to. I won't mention the she's. That seems to be taking over the Protestant world. But he's going to have presence no matter what, because he's a priest. He's kind of a big deal in and of himself. He's leading the progression. He's the priest. But it's, in a strange way, it's not even about him, or shouldn't be about him. The priest will deliver a homily, help it instruct the church, instruct the laity. This is good. But is it really about him? How wonderful he can write a homily, how well of a speaker he is? It's the instruction. And the reason why you're being instructed is so that you can heal your sins and heal your spiritual sickness, I should say. And two, so you can better orientate yourself to God. You know, the reason why you're there. The big giant reason why you're there. Otherwise, you could just stay home and listen to hymns and whatever. Why go? Well, we want to be part of something. We want to feel that energy of being part of something. And that's what fellowship afterwards is partly for. But during the actual ceremony, your attentions really should be on your prayer and certain rituals during the liturgy and during sermons, or vespers, services, I should say. But really your attention is towards God. Even your prayers are really directing your thoughts and your being towards God. God's going to do all the big stuff. If you think your priest is going to fix your life, God fixes your life. And he uses, there are instruments available to help that along. But, and this is, again, not, Father Moses, my own priest, all these men are wonderful human beings and should be respected and given their authorities. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that God created heaven and earth. That's who you're appealing to. And one of the ways you do that is by respecting the hierarchy of the church, those who are chosen to lead. So you submit your authority to the church, and the church's authority, in many cases, is your priest. That's it. So the problem with the Protestant ceremonies, with all these bands and all the rest of it, is, well, who has authority here? Who are you supposed to be submitting to? The band? Smoke machine? Like who why is your attention being drawn out of all these things? Seems a kind of weird way to direct your attention and focus towards God, your worship to God. So let's look at the chat for a second. I saw a few good ones. Why it's such that my wife and I just watched this video this evening. It's a good one. Mike Hunt says, my great-grandfather had a great deal of respect for the Russians, probably because they smacked around the Ottomans a few times, and he loathed the Turks. Oh, I'm not a big Turkish fan myself. It's in the blood. Organized Insanity says, everything I've learned and continue to learn about the Orthodox Church Orthodoxy makes much more sense to me than how I was raised. It helps when you don't constantly contradict yourself. Yes. Liberalism is the act of stacking up mental contradictions, and many churches have become liberalized in that sense. And it's a problem. Slutty says, I had a Turkish driving instructor. Don't let Slutty Gorilla drive any semis. Let's just put it that way. We have enough of that going on. I appreciate you, my friend. And Organized Insanity says, I'm getting closer to having the transportation I need to get to my nearest Orthodox church. Very close. God bless. Keep praying. Okay, God will find a way to get you there. Worked for me. So, Organized says, but it glorifies God, right? Yeah, of course. Yes. Glorifies God by glorifying the production. We glorify the production to glorify God. Somehow, that's how it works, right? Intermediaries. It's just how it goes. And Organized says, they had a huge production of the church when I was a kid, had people swinging from ropes and pulleys from the ceiling, all at the end times. It wasn't exactly helpful. Well, yeah. Cirque du Soleil, but, Christian Cirque du Soleil. Sounds awful, really.
I ended up leaving the church service because I just couldn't pray. And I couldn't pray because I couldn't think and I couldn't be present. And I had become accustomed to being present in prayer. I had become accustomed to being present in worship. When a man wants to connect with God, he doesn't go to a music concert. He doesn't go down into the city. He doesn't go to a Starbucks and go, I'm going to connect with God while people are walking around and background music is playing and things are happening. When a man wants to connect with God, he goes to the woods. He goes to the mountains. He goes to a cabin. He turns off the cell phone. He turns off the notifications. He gets away from it all. Why? So that he can be present and he can focus. This is what the Western world doesn't understand.
There's a saying that God speaks in silence. So it's in silence that we hear God.
About worship. Worship for a man is not emotional. When I say that, I don't mean that man isn't emotional. Man is emotional. But he's not wanting to be psychologically evoked into a state of emotional frenzy, like a concert or something, to connect with God. That's not how men work. No man ever leaves service and says, oh wow, I wish they had more drums. I wish they had more noise. Men want to be silent with God. This is why when you look at the monks on Mount Athos, and I remember reading about this stuff, they said that they would go to sleep at 6 o'clock at night, and then sleep for 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, whatever, and get up at 9 or 10 after it was dark, after it was silent, after the whole world had gone to sleep, when you can feel the gravitational pull, when you can sense the stars, the beauties of the heaven, the darkness, when you can see the world at rest, peaceful. And these monks would get up and then they would start praying. And they would do these Jesus prayers. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. On a prayer rope. In a very simple fashion. And it's interesting because people talk about in the gospel making repetition of prayer. What Christ is talking about is droning on with a bunch of words that don't mean anything to you. A bunch of nonsense. A bunch of filler. Talking to God. Where you're just blabbering and eventually have nothing more to say after 3 minutes. What the monks were doing is saying the simplicity of the prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. But they were saying each prayer with intensity and focus. When a man prays like this in the dark of night, when he stands before Christ, when he opens up his heart to examination, when he's in the presence of Christ praying, this is worship.
It's interesting to me because in the nightly prayers, part of my prayer rule, one of them ask for forgiveness for being distracted during prayers. If you let worldly thoughts or distractions enter your mind while praying, so it's always good to know that especially when entering tradition at this point in life, they've got this figured out. They got this covered. We know which ones, which sins and distractions and things that we all fall into, and it's better to ask for forgiveness for all of them because you've lightly committed a few of them without even noticing you're committing them. There's become so ingrained, so ritualized in some ways, so forgiven in modern society that it's very easy to not even realize you're sinning. You got to, part of the redemption arc is to change your life, to be radically changed by it, to go 180. And that oftentimes is a very harsh examination of what you think is okay, and realizing that it's not okay. Moldy says, only Jason makes me emotional. The way he power washes a bar and gets me every time. Well, stick around. We'll see how much energy I got, but we'll go the distance, and then at the end, if we still have people hanging out, we'll do some power washing because we haven't done any power washing in a while. If people don't know what I'm talking about, we do. I'm a big fan of the Power Washer Simulator. Number 2 is coming out, which I'm very excited about this year. But if you stick around, we'll hit some goals. Help me hit some goals. Fill up make that red bar go white. And then we'll talk about some power washing at the end. Slutty says, I met a Quaker once and asked him how they worshipped, and he said they would all sit in their church in silence for an hour, and that was service. Quakers are interesting people. I don't know how sitting in silence for an hour is really service, but that'd be something I have to ask a Quaker about. An Organized Insanity says, I know a lady that grew up a Quaker. She said it was interesting. Yeah, I dated a girl really briefly who was a Quaker, but never really got into theology questions.
This is what modern man craves. He craves stillness. He craves a little bit of silence. The world is so noisy. The expectations for us as men are unbelievable. They are tremendous. They are all consuming. They are notifications on your phone at all hours of the day and all hours of the night, and places to be, and scheduling and busyness. And there's part of us as men that we want to work and we want to get things done, and that's fine. But when we're always like that, we never get any oxygen. Men need to run that race. They need to work out their energy. They need to work hard. But they also need to catch their breath. That's what worship is. Worship is when man gets to be before his Creator in a humbled state, being present in prayer, being present with the things that he is speaking from the depths of his heart. When he's reflecting on his life and his choices and his decisions, or the future and the uncertainty, the things that are happening around him, when he's just with God. When fathers connect with their sons, they don't sit down and just have a long conversation. It may be part of the aspect of being a father, but if you're a father, you understand a lot of being a father is just being with your boys.
Or with your girls. I mean, I have a daughter, and it's what I realized, maybe that's partly how I was raised, and what I remember is that you you remember certain lessons and you remember certain talks and instances with your parents or your, in my case, my grandfather. But really, what I'm left with, the overall impression that I'm left with, or where I can let my mind live sometimes, is just being with him. There's a comforting security of just being with him, and that's what you end up emulating in some ways. There's the Seraphim Sarov quote, which is a peaceful heart saves 1,000 souls, something like that. And it's true, the more peaceful, the more relaxed, and the more together you are, and I don't mean just like you getting stuff done and da-da-da-da-da. Your to-do list is always ticked off. No, it's like, it's how you're handling the world. One of my entries, the thing that really softened me towards religion, was right after my daughter was born, and I realized I had these anger issues, this rage. And it's not very attractive. It's quite embarrassing. You just there's a saying here in Australia saying, like, you spit the dummy, and dummy means a pacifier. It's like a toddler having a fit. And that's kind of, if you're pulling back and watching and really listen to yourself, that's kind of what you're doing. Here's a grown man. You're a grown man who's supposed to be in control of his faculties, and there you're, all that stupidness. Why? Things are not as you would like it. There's your pride being attacked. Someone said something to you that, how dare they say that to me? How dare they disrespect me? Maybe it's your wife. Maybe it's a loved one. Maybe it's some stranger, some schmuck on the street, whatever. We take it personally because we take it personally because we're so centered about ourselves that we don't ever just let it go. At least anger, resentments, desire for vengeance. You just gotta. Most of this life really isn't about you. Just like a church service, it's not really about you. If someone's nasty to you, is because maybe they're a nasty person. Maybe they're suffering from some stuff. It's the same Seraphim Rose quote, is that the proper position for all Christians is to believe that you are the worst Christian. Make excuses for everybody else, Christian and non. Excuse their behavior in some ways. Find forgiveness. Concentrate on yourself, because the only person who can control your sins, your passions, is you. And if you let them affect you, that's you letting that happen. So to tie it back into what Father Moses is saying here is that the distractions of the world, and sometimes they're necessary distractions, we use them as a substitute for the eternal question, why? Why do I want this? I want to be successful. Well, why? I want to have a house. Why? I want to have a wife, a child. Why? Why do you want these things? Now, maybe that's self-evident. Well, because they're good things to have, and we ought to have these things. Continuing the human race and all that kind of stuff. Sure. But many men have opted out. Monastics are opting out. They don't have a house. They don't have a wife or a child. They live in a holy cave and pray for humanity. So there's options out there. There's many other men, priests and all the rest of it, but who never get married, who stay married to the church if you're in the Roman Catholic tradition, or other men who just never do that, but work tirelessly and do great works outside of a marriage and children. So there are options. So the question you have to ask yourself constantly is, why do I want these things? Not just because they're good, and they're good to have, and continuation of the human race, etc., but specifically with you, me, why? Who are you emulating? Why do you think you ought to have these things? Houses, for example, are the big thing I hear quite often, people moaning, we can't afford a house. Like, yes, I understand. The economic situation out there is dire, and it's been screwed up by not very nice people. So fair. But here's a big question maybe you should ask yourself. Why do you want a house? Houses can be a pain in the ass. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't want one. I'm just asking you, why do you want one? Why do you, well, we can't get a date, can't find a wife. Why do you want a wife? See houses. It can be a lot of work. It can be a pain in the ass. Kids. Well, kids are wonderful. I I wouldn't trade in being married or having a house or having a daughter for anything. Specifically being married and having a daughter. And I didn't ask the question why before. I know the answer now. I can speak personally. It's because it makes me want to be better. It gives me a higher purpose other than myself to orientate myself with. And when, again, personally, once that happened, then I also needed the church. I needed God as the even higher positioning. Because it's all fine and good to say, well, my greater good, my point of meaning is my wife and my child, and that's wonderful. But, again, things can happen. Your wife could divorce you or leave you or, die or something like that. Child could do the same. And then what are you left with? And even if we don't take the extreme situation, you are not, your wife and you, let's speak of marriage. Your wife and yourself enter in this relationship, and it's a unique relationship. Not only are you living together, maybe raising a child together, paying all the bills and all that stuff, but you have to manage the changes in your life and the changes in you with this other person. And while modern society in the West has made it able to walk away from these kind of relationships relatively easy, that's not a proper way of living your life. Having that kind of permanency, a relationship that you are going to fight for, you're going to deal with it. You're going to go to bed angry sometimes, or maybe not, that's your rule, whatever. You're going to have periods in time where you're like, is it over? I don't know. You're going to face troubles and tribulations. That's why the vows are in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Well, when you make that kind of vow to yourself and to God, hopefully, but even just to yourself, like, I'm going to see this through. That gives you wonderful parameters in your life. So when your wife, your helpmeet, to coin the phrase, is kicking up a fuss, you have to examine it and go, well, maybe she's right. She might have a point. Gorilla Biscuit says, going to bed, good night. Thanks for having me. God bless. God bless you. Thank you for all the love and support. You have to at least listen to her, because you're in this with her till the end. You make that kind of commitment, and if you're being honest and you're an honest person, well, then you're going to ride and die with it. Same with your kid. You have to love your children to the end. No matter what they do, no matter how they do it, you're going to have to love them. Always find a space in your heart for them. And that sometimes can be, well, depending on the child, of course, but it can be difficult. Be present. That's really difficult. And so many ways you can practice this, especially if you're a younger man and you don't have the wife and you don't have the kid and you don't have the house and you don't have. Go to liturgy. Because you know what you're practicing in liturgy? All those things. Commitment. Attentiveness. You're going to listen. You're making commitments. Unbreakable commitments. Hell or high water, you're going to get to church. That's a good practice so that when you do have your wife and your child, if God blesses you with these things, your house, all these things you have to be attentive to, and you have to sacrifice your time, your energy, your tensions. You got to, can't play the video game for 12 hours. You got to put it down. You got to go, listen to your kid, your 5-year-old, talk about 5-year-old stuff, which, riveting as it is. Yeah. Make it a point. Be present. Because you're not going to be that kid forever. Enjoy every single minute of it. Even the stuff you don't want to enjoy. Even the stuff that's pretty tough to enjoy. It's not enjoyable. She gets stomach flu and is puking all over the house. It's like not a party. But you can be of service to somebody who depends on you. There's your responsibility. Meet that responsibility each and every day, each and every way. Find new ways of doing that. See where that takes you. And I think that's a better answer to the why than, well, I got to make sure the white race stays around on Earth and stuff. Like, that's like, I get it, man. I get it. But at the same time, that's a heavy thing to put on yourself. The existence of humanity? Okay. What else you want to do? What other magic tricks you want to pull off today? No. Concentrate on what's in front of you as much as possible.
Putting things together and accomplishing things and tackling projects. And that's what man desires from his heavenly Father. He wants to be present with him. He wants to know that God is there. He wants to know that Christ is going through the struggles with him. He wants to know that he's loved and that he's affirmed for who he is. He wants to feel that connection. What the West has lost is this connection to God. It's about noise. It's about performance. It's about emotion. Evoking something that you're not feeling. Trying to put something on display or use some words or some terminology to push you emotionally. To stir your mind. But that's all manipulation. And men in their hearts, they know that. That's why they can't give themselves over to it. Real men need the divine liturgy. They need to be in the presence of God. They need to know that God is there, and they need to be still in their souls. They need to be comfortable standing in their space and just being present. Not having a bunch of thoughts, not having, quote unquote, a bunch of feelings, but just being there with God and connecting.
It's a powerful point. Peace is a word concept fallacy. It's a word concept fallacy of the day. Peace. Because we oftentimes use peace in terms of war, right? Physical involvements. But a peaceful heart, what does Saint Seraphim of Sarov mean by that? It's not just, if you're a man, you're an engine of violence. Part of our fallen nature is violence. It's a feature, not a bug. Well, it's a bug of creation, let's say, but post-fall, that's part of us. We can make violence sacred, or we can make it profane. But either way, it's something that we have to contend with. And as a man, especially, we are uniquely built to deliver some grade A violence. Perfected it. And violence doesn't necessarily have to be a punch in the nose. It can be all the other thoughts and inclinations and desires that lead to the punch in the nose, or lead us to cheer the punch in the nose. You can all stand around and watch a man throwing stones, and we go, yes, what a virtuous, righteous man he is. He's throwing stones on our behalf. so much of the modern world, because it's all about, the dopamine, right? You hear these terms. Excitement. Gets you all riled up. But we're nowhere to put it. We've figured out through Christendom about transference. The Eucharist, we'll say, is a transference of human sacrifice. So we imbue God, of the bread and the wine, of my body and of my blood. From more of a strictly anthropological, that word. René Girard does a lot of work on this, right? Understanding the nature of human sacrifice, especially in ancient pagan and other religious ceremonies, especially Hindus or Brahmins sects. That oftentimes sacrifice involves eating. It has a food aspect to it, imbuing. So quite often in let's say, the more pagan world, a human sacrifice would be accompanied with acts of cannibalism. We see this transference now, both in the story of Abraham and then later on with Christ. Abraham, God tells Abraham to sacrifice his son. God comes down and says, no, don't sacrifice his son. In fact, and sacrifice a ram. We can take that as a story. There's many parts of that story, but specifically from that one aspect is now a commandment that there will be no human sacrifice going forward. If there was a commandment against laws against it before, now it's going forward. The children of Abraham will not do that. You can sacrifice animals instead if you're going to do a sacrifice. And then, of course, Christ comes and says, we're no more animal sacrifices even. In fact, you're not going to sacrifice to God in that sense. You're going to imbue. So there's this transference. Eating itself is violence. Even if you're eating, vegans are doing violence with their mouth, gnashing and tearing, digestive juices. The whole thing is quite violent. And what we've done in Christendom is found other ways to transfer that violence further and further away from direct forms. One of the great things of the printing press, great, bad, whatever, however you feel about it, is that transference of violence from physicality into the word. So we can, read viscerally violent stories, or get riled up by the narrative, but then have catharsis in the story. Flash forward to more modern versions. You have, video games, kids playing video games and chat in chat rooms and stuff like that, saying all kinds of violent, horrible, nasty things while committing, virtual violence. Again, transference away from the physical world. Now we can say that that's good or bad. I think there's plus minuses on these things. But this was the direction we were going. And I think the biggest missteps the last 20, 30 years, but over the last 60 years of this devouring mother aspect, has been trying to tamp down on all expressions of masculinity and specifically of violence, of that transference. So now, of course, with the gamer situation, you're no longer allowed to say the no words. We're going to police you, bullying and all that stuff. Oh, no, can't have any of that. Because we got to protect the children. Imagine they're going to grow up to be toxic men and all these other things. But by removing that transference from physical violence or from acts of, let's say, more material violence into, let's say, a virtual space, we don't get rid of it. We're just it's like a pressure valve. Now the pressure's building. People don't have other ways of expressing this. We're starting to see this, of course, in England and many other places, this sort of panopticon armed against expression. So you're not allowed to say what you feel about certain things happening, government policies, etc. And you know what I speak of. You're not allowed to speak of certain groups. not allowed to use certain words. Perhaps we can say that's just, being polite and living in a polite society. Okay. Well, that's a Trojan horse. What it really is doing, again, is that tamping down of any form of violence. And if as long as it, and I would posit this position, and tell me I'm wrong in the comments or something like that, but without any other mechanisms to control for this thing, removing violence from the physical and into, let's say, a more virtual, non-physical realm, overall, probably a good idea. Probably pretty good. The only downside, really, on this is that it defangs your men. So that as long as you're living in a society where everyone is defanged, more or less, and is only projecting their violence into areas where they can't really do that much real harm, then good. But when you start introducing elements into your society who haven't been defanged, catch you a little bit unawares. Catch you sleeping. Someone said recently, and someone I was watching, that the downside, I'll say it this way. This wasn't accurate to the quote, so please don't at me. One of the consequences, let's say, of Christians is that we're naive. Dutifully naive. That we are looking for the best in people. And perhaps expecting the best in people in some way, shape, or form. And sometimes we're encountering people who that might be a bad idea. This is why I say that the spirit of this vengeful son, this movement towards a tyrannical father, reawakening. The problem with it is going to feel good for many people because they're seeing these injustices. They feel neutered. They feel as if they can't do anything about it. And now, and I think suddenly you're going to start seeing people start doing stuff about it. It's going to encourage more people to do other things about it. And so on and so on and so on and so on. Until it beggars a response from the authorities, and then they'll do their violence. And we're caught in this loop. Because the adversary doesn't care how he gets you. He just wants to get you. Wants you to feed into those passions. Me, I. We'll get back to Carl in a second, but that idea of, Britishness. Church of England. Well, it says England. It has historical roots. I must, therefore, champion it without challenging it. Even if the concept of England has now been, and English and British, has now been so hollowed out by liberalism itself, because it's going to transcend. You're going to liberate yourself from all categories, from all oppressions. Well, if the term of British can oppress one man, then it must be done away with. We must liberate ourselves from these categories, from nations itself, from all order, tradition, good. The good, the beautiful, true, transcend that into this mush that we exist in now. Which is also, I think, why people are returning, or many young men are seeking. They're seeking truth, they're seeking permanence. They're seeking the good, the beautiful, the true, and they're finding it in Orthodoxy. Because Orthodoxy does it very well.
I pray for every man who sees this video that you would take the opportunity to go to a divine liturgy. If you have the opportunity, go to a monastery. Go to an evening service. Stand in the church and be silent and be present with God and fix your mind on nothing but Him alone. To Him be all glory, honor, and worship, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Christ is risen.
I love me some Father Moses McPherson. Okay, let's get back to, let's listen to a little bit more of Carl. I'll be right back. I'm going to play this, and I'll be right back.
But I can't imagine it's such a radically different interpretations of the teachings of Jesus that mean, on one hand, you're allowed to be manly, and on the other hand, you have to be gay. I just don't think that the doctrinal difference between the two is that significant. I think it's just the culture of the people who are running it. And so if the culture of the people in the Orthodox Church is, yeah, we're just going to be Chads, actually, lift weights and praise God, well, I mean, is there anything stopping the Protestants from doing that? I think the Protestants could do that if they wanted. Right? I think that's actually something this is an option that's open to them, I'm rather sure. But again, I'm not familiar with the doctrinal difference, so let's carry on. A lot of people ask me, Father Moses, how can I increase my manliness to absurd levels? And in a YouTube video, a priest championing a form of virile, unapologetic masculinity. Well, that sounds useful, doesn't it? Skinny jeans, crossing your legs, using an iron, shaping your eyebrows, and even eating soup. Even eating soup are among the things he derides as too feminine. Well, I don't wear skinny jeans. I don't cross my legs. I don't use an iron because I have a wife. I don't shape my eyebrows, which you can probably tell. And I don't eat soup because I like meat. So I'm doing pretty well according to Father Moses McPherson's list.
Are you though, Carl? Are you? Let's what is this list? What is this list that we speak of? Let's go back to Father Moses McPherson and listen to his list. Funny enough, I'm going to add a few things because I think there's some things that, I'm not saying he's the good father's missing anything, of course, but I have a few of my own little things, my own little picadillos that I'd like to add. You know, people who've been paying attention, you know what I'm talking about. Get there. Yeah, and we'll see if I have any. Even allowed to disagree? I don't know. I wouldn't put it as a disagreement. We'll just put it as my own notes.
A lot of people ask me, Father Moses, how can I increase my manliness to absurd levels? Well, today we are going to explore those behaviors which will take you up and take you down. We have this beautiful chart here that is going to show us where we place modern day activities. Number one, looks maxing.
Just for anyone who's just listening, he's got a categories which go from the top, which is Saint Maxing. Underneath that is Lumberjack. Underneath that is I got my first tribal tattoo. Underneath that is I have a Timothy Chalamet mustache. I'm not even quite sure that reference, but I get the idea. It's one of those little, dirty mustaches. A permanent 13-year-old mustache, even when the man's 33. And the last category is in your mom's basement. So these are the different categories which he's going to play some male behaviors, modern male behaviors, and we'll see where he goes.
If your routine includes dyeing your beard, using some kind of iron, mewing, waxing, shaping your eyebrows, or any other such thing, you have a wonderful place in your mom's basement where you can live and post photos of yourself on Instagram showing a physique or facade that is ridiculous.
I think the ironing he's talking about here is not clothes ironing. I think he means like ironing one's hair or something like that. I might be wrong. Because ironing one's clothes, like ironing a shirt, I don't see the problem with that. I know Carl made the comment, I have a wife. But for young men who don't have a wife, you should be able to iron your own shirt. Basically, this is my advice to a lot of young men. As you're growing, as you're seeking one's wife and seeking one's place in the world and stuff like that, one of the key things you can do, excuse me, especially kind of while battling the curse of modernity in some ways, is become very self-sufficient. One of the curses we've had, on this devouring mother aspect, is becoming more and more dependent on other people's opinions, on other people's, on the world around us, on the government, our parents, etc. So the more you can successfully do for yourself, and not have to, call a plumber for everything, or you can fix some stuff around the house. You can keep the house clean and tidy. You can do laundry. You can, iron a shirt. There's tons of those little examples. That makes you less and less dependent on having to go to someone else to do it. Now, it's no shame if you don't know how to sew and you need a button sewed to go with someone who knows how to sew a button. That's fine. And maybe you're just all thumbs. I'm like that. This before my thumb injury. So, sewing something is, I make a mess of it. So going to your wife or whoever and asking for help if someone can do something you can't, it's not a shameful thing. But also realize that that's a dependency on you, right? There, I don't know if you want to call every single dependency a weakness, but it can be. One of the things that led me to moving the family here to Australia was that we were going to second lockdowns in Montreal. My daughter had just been born. I had just had a spiritual awakening. All these things were happening, right? Didn't know what was coming down the pike. And I looked around and I said, okay, take this time to really assess what I have and what I don't have, and my liabilities here. And I did a quick tallying, and I was like, I'm way overexposed to life right now, because all the things I was kind of depending on, the like, let's say the being in Canada, it's like Canadian is Canadian, and things are more or less stable, and the government is either good or bad or kind of indifferent, but overall it's kind of okay, and everything was fine. I was living in a 90s mindset for a very embarrassingly long time, and all of a sudden all that got disrupted to such a degree that I had to, and it wasn't just, my personal life. I didn't just get fired from a job or, place got closed down or something like that. No. It was like, this is global. This is happening. This is environmental. This is existential. And I got to deal with this. And I just looked around and said, well, really my immediate family, I have my mom and my aunt, who are both getting, aging out. They weren't living in Montreal at the time. Not they're not now either. But so they weren't close by. I was out of work at the time. I had just had this hand injury, so I was still kind of fixing that, and I didn't even know if I was going to really be able to use this hand anymore. COVID was happening. I didn't know if there was going to be like restaurants anymore. All this kind of stuff. But so you tally all those things up, and you're like, okay, I've got a lot of things that maybe I can fix one or two of these things, but there's certain list of these things that is beyond me to fix. The aging family was a big one, and I had a few friends, but it's like they got their own lives and stuff like that, and you can't depend on other people. You want to depend on someone in an emergency, but life was kind of an emergency at that point. So I looked around and I said, well, what are my options? And one of the options, my wife's Australian. She has a much bigger family, of younger siblings especially. And so it made sense that it's like, well, if something were to happen to me or happen to my wife or happen to both of us, at least my daughter would have some backup family, who could help her, raise her, whatever the situation might be. Now, I'm a poor choice for Australia. As I've told people, I don't like the beach, and I think wearing shorts is queer. So it's like, I'm screwed here in many ways. Oh, and also I found out just last year that I have osteoarthritis, and winters here are cold and damp. Fantastic environment for someone with osteoarthritis, by the way. It just means I'm in pain for about 4 to 5 months a year. Yay! Just a cherry on top. But this wasn't about me. I'd be much further along in this podcasting career of mine, theoretically at least, if I was in a North American time zone. It would be kind of helpful. But I'm not. So I got to find time to do these things. Exclude other possibilities, et cetera, right? Okay. But then again, we'd say, the only reason I have this podcast and everything else is going on is because God's making it available. And I could get into the minutiae of that, but like I see it, I don't think any of these things are coincidences. Like the last 5 years, really, I could go point by point of going, well, there's God's hand just moving things around. And even when things looked the worst and I was in my greatest despairs, there he was, making opportunities open for me. It was just a month away. Kierkegaard says something along the lines of, life can only be understood in reverse, but can only be lived forward. Meaning that as you get older and you can look back on your life and all the things that happened and life itself, let's say, we extrapolate these into bigger concepts, you can only really understand them by looking backwards and putting these things together. It's a great book called Hopscotch by Julio Cortázar. I highly recommend it. He's a postmodernist. I know people poo-poo this, but I think in terms of artistic movements, it's not that bad. There's some good stuff in there. He also wrote Blow Up, which is a great movie. The book itself, when you open up the book, it says there's this little diagram of all these chapters, and he said, "Well, look, you can read the book from page 1 to page 300 or whatever it is, and there's the book, and you read it that way, and that's fine. Or you can use this map and jump around the chapters, and essentially the entire book is a story of a man's life told, within a time frame." And his experiences in Paris. He's an Argentinian who's living in Paris and then goes back to Argentina and all that stuff. But the story then constructs his life not in a linear and then this and this and this and this, like sort of a portrait of an artist of young men kind of style, but more like how you would relate if I was to try to tell you the story of my life. I'm going to, dance around it quite a bit because I'm reflecting. And then I'll go, oh, yeah, well, then this happened. But to understand this, you also have to understand all these other things and these other relationships. And who are these people? And I have to explain this. So it's a much more honest and frank attempt at detailing I believe, a fictional character's life through these little points, these nodes. Highly recommended. Hopscotch, Julio Cortázar. Go read it. Who was saying this? Organized Insanity said, "I tried to send you money, but it's being dumb." Well, that's which is being dumb? YouTube or Streamlabs? There's a PayPal link there too. So if you want to do it that way, it's always appreciated. Appreciate you.
Cross legs. If your thighs are able to cross perfectly like this, they are simply not big enough. I don't have anything more to say about that.
Thighs aren't big enough either.
Game Boy. This is anyone who is involved in this Warhammer nonsense. Any kind of fictitious lore that has taken you hundreds of hours to read. Dungeons and Dragons, board games that take 4 to 8 hours. Grand Theft Auto will fall into this as well. I'm going to say this is definitely in your mom's basement. These are activities for people who don't have anything better to do with their life. If you're a man with a family, it's fine to have a hobby, but when your hobby consumes, 8 hours of your week, every week, preparing and executing for it, and it has no tangible return on investment, I'm going to say this is not the activity that a married man with children should be engaged in. Great.
Deep cuts for many of you. I had planned to talk about death at the second half of the show, but I mean, this one is probably killing some people. Yeah, let me just add on to it a little bit. Escapism is an issue. Escapism in all its forms, whether it's TV. I think he talks about sports at some point, gaming, anything, right? Distractions. We just talked about the ceremony being a distraction, the service being a distraction. Also, quite often, these things are trying to pull these passions from you, excite you in some way, right? Gamer rage and all the rest of it. The issue quite often is it's a modality of escapism itself. It's a whole category, right? We call it escapist, kind of films. Marvel movies, it's escapist kind of entertainment. What are you trying to escape from is the question. Your life, the stresses of the world, all those other things, which is fine. Sometimes you need those momentary breaks. I oftentimes play video games just as a brain cleanse. It's something that I can just down. I don't have to really. I can think about something that doesn't matter, right? And it can be helpful. We'll play some power washing later, and I love me some power washing. It's a nice passive thing, and gives you that sense of completion. Ooh, ding. So there's that. But if you spend most of your life escaping from your life, then you don't really have a life, do you? All you have is the escape. And that's an issue. You also have to then also answer the question, what are you trying to escape from? It's just a stressful day. Yeah, okay, fine. A stressful week. Stressful month. A stressful year. Stressful decade. Hey, maybe you got to start to address some things. Why are you so stressed out, kid?
Great and Holy Lent. This is Saint Maxing. This is the time of the year where we should be committing ourselves to fasting, to being in every prayer service, every church service that we can, committing ourselves to the prayers of the church. This is for Orthodox, like the Olympics, where we really put forth our best effort to be obedient to the church and to maximize our time. I will say nothing will create more of a man out of you than living the life of Christ, especially during the final days of Great and Holy Lent with his crucifixion and into the midnight service celebrating his resurrection. Next,
Let's talk about the simple hard things for a second. Quite often, a lot of things in Orthodoxy is the simple hard thing. Fasting. Right now, we're in the Dormation fast. And under the advice of my priest, I'm just doing a meat fast. I'm not doing the heavy lifting yet, which is good, really. I'll say this as an aside, and don't let me forget what I'm trying to get to. You can chat. Could happen. For all these years leading up to going to church now, in the last less than 6 months, 4 or 5 months now. It's a cautionary tale about DIYing Orthodoxy, and I'll do a whole show on this eventually. But quite often, what happens is if you're inquiring and you're not going to a church and talking to a priest, which you should be doing, by the way, don't do anything else but talk to your priest. Okay, big giant caveat. I'll put a scroll if I have to. Talk to your priest. You can ask me some questions. I'll try to answer you as best I can if it's something simple, but most likely I'm just going to say, talk to your priest. Jason, should I be to talk to your priest? Just go talk to a priest, preferably your priest, because you're going to liturgy and you're involved in this. Okay, so talk to your priest, because what ends up happening quite often is we read all these things and you go, oh well, I have to, on Wednesdays and Fridays abstain from all these things, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, right? I'm saying talk to your priest. Okay? Prayer rules, all those other things. Talk to your priest. Lowell banner. I could probably do one up right now. Talk to your priest. Because chances are, yes, there's things to shoot for. But also, quite often, what we're exposed to online now is a lot of texts that are made and meant for monastics. So it's like, yes, you should be doing all these things on Mount Athos, right? Or maybe if you're 20, 30, 40 years in to the practice, sure. But if you're day one and you're trying to do all the heavy lifting all at once and putting it all on you, you're just going to crash and burn. You're going to fail. You're going to fail anyways, most likely. You're going to have moments of failure. It's just going to happen. And that's okay. But, fail with a light load first so that you can get back up faster than trying to, fail with the weight of Orthodoxy, 2,000 years of tradition on your shoulders. Don't do that. Talk to your priest. Let's see if I can get a banner up here.
Unity man. We call this the church Giga Chad. This is somebody that everyone can rely on in the parish community that is able to help with any task that comes up, is utterly reliable, helps in the altar, helps in the choir, all of these things. This is definitely Saint Maxing. When the priest knows that he can rely on you and that you're going to be there, I will tell you, he will hold you in very high regard, and your contributions to the parish are absolutely exceptional. Full-time job. One thing I get questioned about a lot is, Father, I don't have a very manly job. I work in computer programming or whatever else. Should I find something that's more masculine? The fact of the matter is, if you're working a full-time job and you're able to create a good enough revenue to support having your children, your family, there is absolutely nothing not manly about that. You just may have talents that reside in a certain realm of life. So if you got a guy who is a programmer making $250K a year, is it more manly to stop doing that and go be a roofer for $60K a year? Absolutely not. The full-time job, the hardworking husband, this is definitely lumberjack. And I say that because it doesn't matter what you're doing, you're swinging the axe of your mind or your muscles, and you're providing for your family. Cold plunges and sauna. I'm gonna put this under, I got my first tribal tattoo. They're fun, they're enjoyable. There's some health benefits to both of them. Obviously, there's more benefits to sauna, but it's one of those things. If you're doing video of yourself cold plunging and putting it on Instagram or wherever else, it's like you're saying, I have the mental hardness to do something difficult, but I really need your likes and affection. If you're doing something hard, do it in private. Don't tell anybody, and don't try to create some kind of pseudo Instagram persona out of it. That is lame. Watching sports. Look, again, all things in moderation. If you're the type of person who's watching the Super Bowl with people, that's fine. If you're the type of person who has an account on some obscure message board where you're talking about, I don't know, the Detroit Lions or whatever every single week, and you're arguing about the coach's decision and all this sort of stuff, this is your mom's basement. The people who devote massive amounts of time to ball sports is ridiculous. Sports are not bad, and sports are great for children because it builds teamwork and hard work and effort. But when you're the one who's watching it and you're not actually participating in it, it's pretty lame. You can enjoy it, but when it's taking up huge amounts of time in your life, that time needs to be utilized in a much better fashion. Okay, next one. Thirst trapping, especially male thirst trapping. You're under 200 pounds, you're skinny, you have a six-pack because you're skinny. You're not, you're basically victim weight. You're a zebra in the African desert. You can't bench 315 pounds. You're trying to show off your gains for other dudes on Instagram. This is a Timothy Chalamet mustache, okay? You're trying to show something that you think you've created, but it really isn't.
25-year-old me is very hurt by this comment, by the way. Very, very hurt. No one knows this really, but I used to be a very pretty man. Way back in the day. I was nice looking face and a decent body. That's all gone now. It's ancient history. But at one point, even my wife missed out on that one. She got much more like pre-dad bod me, which was, already suffering from years of abuse.
All right. If you need the recognition of other men to cheer you on for what you've accomplished, you've got some massive insecurities that you got to work on. Which goes with the next one, skinny jeans. I'm going to drop skinny jeans down in the Timothy Chalamet mustache as well. Look, if you have quads that are less than 24 inches and you have to wear jeans that are tight, there's something strange going on. There is a point where you're going to have massive quads and then jeans are just going to be tight. That's fine. But when you're trying to show off your physique, but the physique is just skin and bones, there's not much to show off. Cussing. I'll tell you this. I got my first tribal tattoo. This is the David Goggins trying to be hard. Look, cussing does not make you hard. The other thing is too, if you're a hard and dangerous individual, you don't need to tell other people that. It's always the people who are telling everybody about how tough and how awesome they are that are the least tough and the least awesome, okay? So when you're cussing and you're forcing this kind of, masculine emotional state on other men, there's nothing masculine about that.
Okay. So obviously he's talking about skinny jeans. I'll of course add shorts in there, as my grandfather once told me that shorts are for women, children, and queers. And I have lived my life by and large 100% by that metric. I have worn shorts as an adult man. I have broken my commandment from my grandfather, and every single time I'm like, I don't like it. It feels weird. I can't enjoy this. I can't enjoy this at all. I feel queer, so I got to stop doing it. Oh, you got to kick stupidness. I see. See, people say, "Oh, I got to lay up on the kick moderation," and then of course when I do that, I only get all this stupidness. So, sorry, kick people. It is what it is. Yeah, we won't get into the whole shorts thing, but I've said it on the channel many, many times, and there you go. You can deal with it or not. I don't care. So the skinny jeans, yeah, it's tightness. It's basically the resting point on this is, why are you exalting your body? It's fine to be fit. It's fine to work out, and obviously Father Moses does, and it's fine to all that kind of stuff. Great, have a body, be healthy. I'm not. You should do that. Don't follow my lead on it. It's the look at me thing, right? Even skinny jeans is just trying to show off something. And as Father Moses is saying here, you got nothing to show off there, kid. So why are you trying to show off things? It's kind of feminine too, right? That's a skinny jeans. Like, what? I'm supposed to look at your ass now? What is this? But it's lustful, vainglorious, prideful behavior, and the same thing with cussing. And I'm someone who, I've always enjoyed a good cuss, but it's now I look at it also as a bit of a shameful thing. I still think words are words and should be used. You gotta sprinkle in things sometimes. Sometimes it really is just appropriate. There is no other word to be used. What else are you going to say? You got to say it. That being said, it's showing a lack of control. And as soon as you start losing control over your mouth, your thoughts in your mouth, you're one step away from having loss of control of your actions. And you're gearing yourself up too, right? You're getting yourself all excited, riled up. I'm going to get riled up. I say this and that, the other thing. Racial epithets, all that other stuff. I get it. It can be fun. There's, ha ha ha, joke, joke, joke. The problem is it goes from being joke, joke, joke to other things really easily, and it's not about hurting other people's feelings or being PC or all that kind of stuff. It's what it does to you on some level. It's again, showing whenever I catch myself doing it, it's just, again, that feeling of like, what are you, 13? Like you can't control your mouth? What's wrong with you?
Calm and peaceful in the midst of life and all of its stressors and difficulties, and not having to cuss is actually way more masculine. Having a large family, we call this having the full quiver of arrows, as the psalmist says. This is Saint Maxing. This is when you have completely given yourself over to the God's design for family life. And why do I say this? Because having a lot of kids takes a lot out of you as a man. It is an incredible burden to trust God that He's going to help see you through it, that you're going to make it, that you're going to have the ability and wherewithal to tackle this. When you have one or two kids, people normally cut off because it's so hard. And I'm going to tell you from experience, within the last couple weeks, I've had times where literally children were pooping and vomiting all over themselves, multiple children, even at the same time. And to go through an ordeal like this, it does. It pushes you to your absolute limit of mental fortitude to stay calm, to take care, to clean up everyone, to get everyone washed off and back to bed. This is absolute manliness in service and in action to the people that you love the most and are the most important to you, your wife and your children. Eating.
Okay, as an add-on to that, keeping in mind that what Father Moses, I think his audience here, his intended audience, is for young men specifically, right? So we'll keep that in mind, because for some of us, if you're older, let's say you're my age, right? God bless you. How's your back feeling? Not good, eh? Yeah, I know. How's those knees? They're creaking a little bit, aren't you? But if you're let's say you're getting older and you didn't have kids, or for some other reason you can't have children, and you've chosen with your wife or your spouse, or maybe you're not married, you didn't adopt or any of that. being involved in the life of children on some level is very important for men. Find a way to involve yourself in the life of a child, and do it dutifully. If you're a stepfather or you're, handle that as much of a responsibility as you can. Right? It's difficult. We don't live in a perfect world, so people are going to come to this in different ways, and your situations are going to be different, and all the rest of it. But being involved in the life of the child on some primary level, on a daily level or something like that, it does something to you. Obviously, the most preferred, best way of doing it is with your own kids, and yeah, maybe having multiple children is great. But even if you have one, like myself and many others, give yourself to that child. Give your attention, give your efforts to the child. And do it purposefully. Not because you want to be the father of the year, or not because of what it gives you necessarily. It will give you things, but that's not really the purpose. It's that you can't... It's the same thing about why you want to cultivate peacefulness. Cussing, controls, all these things. Why? Because that's what masculinity really is. One of the problems we've had in the modern world, and this even goes back to our grandparents, from my grandparents' age, for some younger people, your great-grandparents or so, is that many of the men who lived through World War I, the Great Depression, World War II, even those who maybe didn't go fight in the wars, they were affected by these things. This is the age of the tyrannical father that I talk about. And their modeling for, let's say, boomer men and their daughters was not complete. This is also quite often the generation that started to turn away from God, the lost generation, Hemingway and all the rest of those guys. Were openly atheistic, quite a few of them. Post World War I, many people came out of that war with great questions. How can an all-loving, all-loving God allow such thing to happen? It was so horrific. Now, stories out of the Korean War as well, where men turned into monsters. One of the other reasons I believe that the further you go into Orthodoxy, something that you start to encounter is that Orthodoxy has suffering front and center. That suffering is a very key component to the faith. And not just Orthodoxy, but Christianity in general. Of course, Christ suffers for us. But the other way of looking at it is that when we ask those questions, why did God not intervene? And I guess the one rebuttal would be, how do you know he didn't? You think this was bad? You might lack imagination. Maybe it could have been a lot worse. The other thing is that oftentimes we need to suffer. We need to, in order to be brought back to God. And the time frame may not even be our lifetime. Look at all the suffering from the last, let's say, 120 years that has brought us to this point, and now young men are flocking to the church. Now, I'm not saying that I know the designs of God. I don't. I'm not even saying that this occurrence is the ultimate end of things. But it is a consequence of consequences. And we needed those other things to happen in order to get us to here. Again, this idea that life can only be understood backwards, but must be lived forwards. We are always going forwards to the next day, to the next moment, to the next word, to the next thought. But yet, to understand these things and where they came from, we can only do that by looking backwards, being informed by that which had come before, and adding on to that knowledge. Again, one of the curses of modernity tends to be to vilify the past and never touch it again. Bad, evil things, bad, evil people, bad, evil things. Who did bad, evil things to these poor, wonderful, innocent people. And now we must feel guilt and shame. And that must be our narrative going forward. Right? You heard this one before? we won't even deal with the ahistoric. Let me struggle with let me wrestle with this word. The non-historical record, how these things don't make sense, and if we accept that human beings are basically the same and have been the same for thousands of years in one way, shape, or another, especially post-Christ, after death, after the resurrection, human beings have been changed in many ways. We interact with the world, our faith and our understanding of reality. But there's also fundamental things about us and our fallen nature that are still with us and have been with us forever. And we will be struggling with this to the very end, in one way, shape, or form. So, and I realized something. I veered off. I meant to get back to a point. I've abandoned that point, but there you go. Did I just lose the other point? Monologue is hard, folks. Send me your money. Send me your appreciation. If you like the stream, hey, do you like the look of the thing? Let me know in the chat, in the comments below. That's my way out of it. It's all planned. It's all one big plan. Is my mute off? Okay, good. Rocky starts. We'll get there. Back to the large family. Involve yourself in the life of a child, one way or shape or form. Become a teacher, a mentor, a volunteer, go to church, be around the kids there, whatever, right? And be the kind of guy. And also, by the way, that means you have to become the kind of person that people want to leave their kids around. Yeah. Don't be creepy.
Soup. Listen, if you're eating a soup that you could not eat with a fork, okay? What I mean is if the soup does not contain large chunks of meat, but requires a little spoon that you slurp off of, there is something catastrophically wrong going on. This is definitely a Timothée Chalamet mustache, all right? When you eat soup, it should have chunks of protein in it. It should be basically a watery meal of goodness, a ancient Scottish broth, okay? If it is dolled up and you sit there drinking water by the spoonful over and over again, there is something completely emasculating about that. Last but not least,
I think this is a cultural thing, and I'll limit with that because I love me some good tomato soup. A good thick tomato soup, a nice broth is good. It doesn't always have to have chunks in it. A borscht, there are chunky borscht and there's more pureed borsches, and I like me a good borscht but you add stuff on top of it, right? But yeah, I think this is. I'm going to leave this as a cultural thing.
the most beautiful accoutrement a man can have, a fanny pack. Now, this definitely goes under lumberjack. And the reason I say this is because only a man who does not care what anyone thinks, including his own wife, is able to really rock this with pride and sincerity. And you notice too, the guys who want to wear the fanny pack are the same guys with big quads. It's hard to get things in your pocket. It's hard to carry everything on you. And so you've got to put it in the fanny pack. This is an ultimate item of convenience and at the same time, exceptionally polarizing. And so it is that only the lumberjack, the man who has reached a peak physical status and is able to handle his business, will rock the fanny pack with great pride, joy, and no shame. That is...
I'm going to agree to disagree with the good father here. Fanny packs, wear a jacket, pockets, This is why wearing pants very useful. Cargo pants. If you really got a item issue, first of all, you're probably carrying around too much stuff. I mean, there's that problem, right? Which is why are you walking around with that stuff? Because see, fanny pack to me just means purse. That's just purse. Saying, wear a jacket. You wear a sports jacket. It's nice. They're all utility. You got pockets in them and stuff. Great that way. Just, yeah. Because, see, my thing would be this. If I see you walking around the panty pack, I'm like, well, one, where's your jacket? Two, why do you need so much stuff? What do you got in there? Like tampons or what's going on there? Like, what, and I get it. I guess if you're so muscular that you can't get things in your pockets, it's like, wear a jacket. They come with pockets. They're built in. It's an amazing thing. It's a great thing. Organized Insanity says, my beet crop was awful this year. No borscht for me unless I try for a fall crop. It sucks. I love me some good fresh beets. They are delicious. Okay, let's get back to Carl. This is only going to take us what? We're only 2 hours in, folks, for a 14-minute video. But we've watched other stuff. This is how I'm balancing these things out. Before, during the goat streams, I would just keep talking, and make a 15-minute video last for 5 hours. Now, at least, I'm doing a supplementary. See? Look at the work I do for you. Send me your money.
There are other videos of him, powerfully built father of 5, weightlifting to the sound of heavy metal. Yeah, I wonder why this is winning over young men. He was raised as a Protestant and once worked as a roofer, but now serves as a priest in the Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia in Georgetown, Texas. This is a global network whose headquarters are in New York, and it's been expanding across the US, mainly as a result of converting people from other faiths.
This is a phenomenon that's really prevalent in Rocore, I find. People coming from outside faiths who weren't necessarily clergy in other faiths, coming, who are quite a few blue collars, who find their way going to liturgy and then find their way going up the hierarchy until they receive the calling and become a priest or deacon or something like that. This happens quite a bit, and I'm not well versed in the Protestant or Roman Catholic world. Maybe it's a phenomenon everywhere, but I feel that because it's especially in Rollcore, because it's a very much because it's an English speaking church or allows English services, it's reaching people who weren't necessarily brought up with a certain tradition, or an expectation of, you're young, you're going to go into clergy, like Roman Catholics, right? You go to seminary. So there's that difference too. People are coming to the faith at different points in their life and from different backgrounds. So it's an interesting one. I think it also helps right now for a lot of people because Father Moses McPherson was a roofer. He spent decades of his life not involved in this. He can, just from his videos, you can see he can talk to people, to an assumed laity, to an assumed young men audience, let's say, with an ease and a familiarity that maybe someone who was only raised, let's say, in an academic kind of theological school would maybe have a struggle with. Right? He's got the personality. He can talk to the people, and that's, I think, an overall strength. Not saying that those who are academically minded can't do that either, but I think you know what I'm saying. Like, if someone who works trades, or even someone like me working hospitality, I'm going to talk to other people, other wage slave 4HL people in a much different way, because I've been there, man. I know how it feels.
In the last 6 months, Father Moses has prepared 75 new followers for baptism in his church of the Mother of God just north of Austin. When my wife and I converted 20 years ago, we used to call Orthodoxy the best kept secret because people didn't know what it was, but in a year and a half, our congregation has tripled in size. During Sunday liturgy at Father Moses' church, I'm struck by the number of men in their 20s and 30s praying and crossing themselves at the back of the nave, and how this religion seems to attract young men uneasy with life in modern America. Well, that's because the tone and tenor of the thing is Eastern and masculine, and not Western and feminine. That's the reason. Software engineer Theodore tells me he had a dream and a job and a wife he adored, but he felt empty inside, as if there was a hole in his heart. He believes that society has been very harsh on men, and is constantly telling them they are in the wrong. He complains that when men are criticized for wanting to be the breadwinner and support a stay-at-home wife, we are told that's a very toxic relationship nowadays. That's not how it should be. And so you see a lot of men who are like, I actually don't agree with the woke feminism that dominates Western society. Maybe there's another way of looking at relationships. And unsurprisingly, almost all the convicts the author meets have opted to homeschool their offspring, partly because they believe that women should prioritize their families rather than their careers. Why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they? I mean, again, this is just traditional family values as up until, well, like the 1970s, 1960s in the West, we also believed in. And instead of women being corporate drones, whose job is to increase the GDP, they were actually tasked with keeping house and raising children and enjoying their lives, while the men got to go out and be the breadwinners. So they had a position of dignity, and the women had the ability to create a much more sort of lovely society in which we could live. And you know what's very interesting is the decline of volunteerism, since women have fled the home, the horrible oppressive home, and gone into the workforce. There used to be, in like Victorian England and America, huge numbers of not just charities, but like private social clubs and endeavors that were run by women in order to make sure that the society in which we lived was nice and deal with people like the poor, the sick, orphanages, things like this. A lot of these would be run privately by women.
It's almost as if putting certain limitations on people in terms of where they can even aspire to be, let alone actually fulfill, kind of good thing. In the Orthodox Church, now priests can get married and have children. Right? This is different from the Roman Catholics. However, women are forbidden from becoming priests or deacons and subdeacons. Now, that doesn't mean that women don't fulfill important roles within the church. Now, not just the priest's wife, which a mashuka, which is a sort of a almost special term, but for all the other women attending the church, there's roles they can play, from either singing in the choir to helping organize volunteer groups and charity groups and outreach and all these other things, beautifying the church in ways that men probably don't even think about. All these wonderful good things they can do that are just as important in many ways as everything else, because it all feeds into it. It's the experience. It's a total experience. That's important, and everyone has a role in that experience. Even if you're just seeking, so you're standing in the back and you're trying to remember when to cross yourself and to bow and what are you doing here? And Lord of mercy, Lord of mercy, Lord of mercy, and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. You're fulfilling a purpose. You just don't know it yet. You haven't been given necessarily a role yet. That's okay. Your role is to learn and to be in the presence of God. There's your role. You're fulfilling it. Good for you. Go to church, talk to your priest. Just the act of going, you're doing something that 99% of your population, of your standing population, is probably not doing. You're going and you're attending, and you're being attentful. You're paying attention. You're listening. You're making it not about you, or trying to. You're taking those first steps. These are good things. Celebrate them. Feel good about it. You're allowed to feel good about that. I can't take that away from you. That's what I always say about prayer. Prayer is this wonderful thing because it's free. You can do whatever you want. Do it right now. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Just do it. No one can stop you from doing it. You can just do it in your mind. You don't even have to say the words. Just think them. Be intentful for them. It's wonderful. It's a wonderful gift. It's free. Easy to memorize. Jesus prayer. 4 lines. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. There you go. Wards off demons, bad thoughts, intentions. Keeps you centered, keeps you humble. What's not to like? Going to liturgy. Sometimes it's difficult. I know for me, it takes an hour to get to church. Not always easy. The demands. Sometimes you just don't feel like it. Don't feel like the weird thing too is having a prayer rule. Sometimes you just don't feel like saying a prayer. And you're like, what's that about? I always say my prayers. Why do I today? Why do I I don't know. Do I gotta? Depending on how long your prayer rule is, probably about 10, 15 minutes tops. Right? I know there's people, there's ortho chads in the chat who are like, oh, I just pray for 5 hours every night. Well, good for you. But, for the majority of us, it's not that long, really. And even if it's an hour, half hour, whatever it is. Not, you think of all the other things you waste time on. That's what it always catches me sometimes, right? I'm like, oh, I gotta say my prayers. I'm like, you just been sitting there watching YouTube. You've been watching wrestling shoot videos for the last hour and a half. Could have gotten in like multiple layers of prayers in this one. Where's your mind? I'll tell you one where I fail constantly. There's multiple points of failure. Like I said, I'm the worst. It's the morning prayers. In the prayer book, it says it's the first thing you should do. Get up and start your prayers. Don't do anything else. Be present with God. And I fall into check my phone. The alarm goes off. So then I'm there. So scroll through. It's just a habit. I scroll through Twitter. I go to the washroom. I have a smoke. Maybe get the kettle on the boil, and then say my prayers. That's on me. Bad me. Why? Where's your orientation? What's going to be important to you today? This is part of it. But this is God's show. I've offered it up. And if, tomorrow it's like, quit the show, I'll quit the show. It's not on me. There's the other brilliant part of this. When you understand that you bear responsibility for your actions, your thoughts, your words, you bear a responsibility. You can give yourself a little bit of a break. Again, go to church, talk to your priest. Here's a little bit of a break you can give yourself in the modern world if you're just coming to this now, is that you didn't know. Okay? You're ignorant. You didn't know what you didn't know. And you've been saturated with this BS your whole entire life. Boom, boom, boom. Materialism. Boom, boom, boom. GDP go up. Boom, boom, boom. Equality. Boom, boom, boom. Individualism. Boom, boom, boom. Distractions. Boom, boom, boom. Pornography. Boom, boom. All of it. Boom, 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 boom. The fact that if you're listening to this and you've made a decision to break free of it and go to church, talk to your priest, that one step is massive in today's world. You're at 0. You're trying to get to 1. Or let's say you're less than 1, right? Trying to get there. Trying to get that first step over the threshold. And then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And it both gets easier and harder as you go. All these things, I think that's what I remember I was going to try to say. The threads sometimes in my old decrepit brain come together. The easy, hard things. Most of Orthodoxy, you're going to find out, or as I'm finding out, I'll put it on me. As I'm finding out, it's filled with the easy, hard things. Prayer rules, easy. Sometimes very hard. Fasting, easy. Don't eat this. But I want to eat it. I really want to eat it. First time you fast, you're going to find out how like bacon. Bacon. But that steak. But you don't even have it in front of you. Like, but cheeseburger. I just want a cheeseburger. You haven't had a cheeseburger in a week. I'm going to eat chicken. Weird things come up. because you're denying yourself. And the adversary hates it when you're denying yourself because you're making one step, again, that one small step of divorcing yourself from the world. Taking a step back, taking a step away, going, what else is on the menu? I can deny myself. I can get my control of this. My biggest thing is smoking, right? Smoke on stream. So it's supposed to be not under my advisory of my priest is to use Wednesdays and Fridays not to smoke. And I've been horrible at that. Sorry, Father John. Here's my public confession. I suck. The easiest thing in the world is to not do something. It's like almost like be lazy about your addiction. Just don't do it. Go, yeah, I'll smoke tomorrow. Get around to it. Or I'll eat that cake or whatever it is. Whatever your thing is. Whatever the thing is that gets got you in your grip. Easiest thing in the world is not doing something, but it's also the hardest thing when that's all you know how to do, when it's become part of you in some way. And that's the hooks. You know, I envy those people. I don't even know if they're telling the truth, but some people are always like saying, "Oh, I can just have one cigarette after a good meal." It's always the piss farty people. It's also those same people who get drunk at the bar and then like smoke half your pack. Yeah, those are the same people. But regardless, I don't smoke. Well, if you smoke, I have to go buy a new pack because of you. You certainly were doing it tonight, Bob. I don't know why. Anyways, I digress. Easy, hard things. Liturgy. I don't want to go. There's more to it, and I really don't want to debase anything by making it too simplistic. But like your first time at liturgy, the first time you go, and by the way, I go to whatever service you can. It was recommended to me to go to a Vespers, which is at my parish is a Saturday service. I also kind of recommend that. I think that's a good one. Liturgy can be a lot. There's a lot going on, you know. Vespers, depending on how your parish does it, it tends to be a little less everything. You might have more of a chance to talk to your priest afterwards and stuff like that. A little bit less demands on them. But as you will, right? Again, go to church, talk to your priest. Either way. Your first service, all you need to do is go. You go and stand in the back. You know, maybe you have if you're going to a Russian Orthodox church, you have the little ladies sometimes, right? Who are going to tisk you and they'll tell you. Different churches have different traditions or whatever. But chances are you can just go in and just stand there in the back and mind your P's and Q's. Don't wear shorts. And no, not just my thing, but wear a shirt and pants, okay? Nice shoes. Like, Sunday best? Yeah, do that. Wear a big giant tuxedo, but you know, be clean at least. Shaven if you can. Go. Go and see. Come and see. And at that point, your only responsibility is to be in the presence of it. Drink it in. Easy. Don't gotta know what to do with your hands. You know, try to do the crosses when someone else does a cross. Do a cross. Someone bows. Do bow. They say Lord of Mercy. Say Lord of Mercy. It's pretty simple, right? Fake it till you make it, kind of thing. Or just stand there in the back. It's your first time. Chances are no one's going to be paying attention to you anyways. If you came in quietly. Don't knock over the candles. Come and see. Just be present. Simple. I can speak of some experience. It took me a long time to go to liturgy because I felt unworthy. And I am. I am unworthy. But that feeling of unworthiness was like unworthiness, shame, all the rest of it. Like I couldn't take that step over the threshold mentally. And so I made every excuse in the world. Well, there's not enough church around me and all this others. I hadn't, I guess 3 years ago, I was up in Perth because I had to do medical exams for my visa stuff or whatever. And I could have gone, I was there on a Sunday. Easy peasy, could have gone to the Ukrainian church that's there in Perth, the canonical church, or a Russian or whatever, and just gone. Come and see. Just could have gone. And I was planning on it. In my mind, I'm like, I'm going to go to liturgy on it. I'm there, might as well. Wasn't that far. Jump in an Uber, get there. Couldn't do it. Day of, I'm like, couldn't do it. Overcome with that sense of inadequacy, shame. Prevent me from there. And you can blame it on the demons. You can blame it on a whole bunch of stuff, but that's you. So to overcome these things, and as I said to anyone, if you're going, just to go is a major accomplishment in the modern world. Major. Do not undersell it in yourself. Now, don't go walking around Billy Badass. Oh, I went to liturgy. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, good. Go again. Keep going. Keep going. If I do nothing else with this show, for the length of I'm doing this thing, if the only thing that this show ever accomplishes, even if I don't make any money or whatever have you, right, and I'm forced to other means, that's fine. The hope really is this. The intent and the hope is this, is to it's not even to bring you to church. God's going to do that for you, okay? It's not to improve your life. God, your priest, the church is going to do that for you. They're going to heal you. These are all the things that can happen when you go. I'm here just as your personal cheerleader, man. We're going to watch some stuff, to clear some stuff out, to get these doubts, to attack that modern brain, to break that liberal frame. That part of the show has never changed. My work will never change on that. But it's also just to encourage you. Through my own story, through my journey, through the stories and journeys of others. And to tell you it's okay. It's going to be okay. But you got to make those steps. You got to do the easy, hard things. And the more you do them, the easier and harder it gets. Not going to lie to you. Some aspects of this is real hard. Confronting yourself. As you walk down that royal path, you're going to pass yourself. Or so I'm told. I'm not there yet. But you'll pass this false self, this idea, this worldly self of you that is not even you. It's a concoction. It's a amalgamation of your parents and your world and all these other things. You wear them. You got to sort of strip that away to get to who you are. I think this is the great work of Father Moses and others like that, talking to young men about these subjects, because again, we've been cursed with modeling broken men who were given the moniker the Great Generation, heroes, and in many ways they were. And I'm not taking anything away from them. And it pains me to even talk about this stuff because I hold my grandfather of that generation to great regard. But in many ways, these men were broken and were not traditional men. So when we talk of traditional masculinity, we're not even talking about the same thing. There's your word concept fallacy. Masculinity. What does it mean? What is the traditional role of the father and how the father, I'm talking dads, not just the father or your priest, but dads, or how are we supposed to interact with our children or with our wives, with the world? When all our instincts and all our, let's say, almost Christian DNA has been outlawed or subdued or made vulgar. And then, of course, we look to aspects of our fathers. Okay, and we'll look to the world. We look to our dads and to our grandfathers, and we realize that they've been modeling bad models as well. Oops. And not just they're struggling with their own personal et ceteras, but their concept of masculinity has been altered. And I think that's on purpose. The revolutionary spirit, that Luciferian spirit, has gone through these categories, has done a revolution on the idea, the concept of what it is to be masculine. And over the last 60 years has gone through the feminine. And now we're going to go into the category of the child. I don't think it's by accident or by coincidence that the big thing right now, Jeffrey Epstein, PDF files, child rings, all that stuff, that's the aspect of the child. Troons, the transformed, the medically transformed, many of them children, puberty blockers for those who have not gone through puberty, 13, 14-year-olds, or, people are going through it now. What happens with those kids, starting now, over the next 5 or so years, when they start to realize what was done to them. Revolution in the category of the child. So the responsibility then of men is to get our heads out of our asses. Excuse me. It's not fair. You're right, it's not fair. But it is what it is. There's your responsibility. Here is your time. You will live it. How do you wish to live it? Here's your struggle. Will you take up arms against yourself, against your own predilections and lies and deceits? It's not all just from the adversary. They stem from him, sure. The demons love to feast on it, but we supply them with a steady stream of it ourselves, don't we? No more excuses. Come see. As I progress along this path, and as I gain authority to talk of such matters, we'll talk about spiritual warfare. Won't be anytime soon. We'll get into it, I'm sure. I don't want to sound too this. Now people go, "You're black pilling." I'm not. This is hope pilling. This is the greatest hope pilling in the world. You don't have to go anywhere. Well, go to church, talk to your priest, yes. What I'm saying is, the battleground isn't somewhere in the Middle East or Ukraine, if you're not there already, or in some other country, in some other land, or down the street. It's here. You're in it. The battleground is your soul. And just like prayer, you can fight these things, this enemy, whenever you want. You don't have to ask permission. You should get advice. You got to get prepared. You need the protection of the church. I made this mistake last year. And I got spiritually beaten up for it. Don't DIY this stuff, man. It's the reason why this tradition has been around for 2,000 years, because it works. And that's why you need it. To give a spiritual answer to Carl, why our young men are being attracted to the church. You can talk about truth, beauty, tradition, yes. But for many of these young men, this isn't even their tradition. Why are white Anglo men going to the Greek Orthodox Church? Many of them probably aren't Greek. Or the Rokor, or, Why is that happening? Because it's a tradition beyond tradition. It's not just language and culture. It's truth. The apocalypse of this age is revealing all these things. We're seeing the truth. We're getting more access to it. Not all of it, but we're getting it. And in Christianity, we say, well, there is such a thing as absolute objective truth, and it came to us as a man. The Logos incarnate. Here's Christ. There's our truth. As we pursue Christ, and as we deepen our understanding and our love for Christ, we also deepen our respect and access to truth. If that's what you want. And whether you want it or not, it's what you need. You need access to reality. This is sort of a layup too. I want to talk about everything being produced. Something that Putin, we get to speech, and it's always stuck with me when he talks about the empire of lies. You could say it's propaganda and all that stuff, sure. But again, there's a truth in it. You can't live these lies forever without either going insane or going to church, or maybe a bit of both. We understand now, and I think the fatal flaw was trying to get people to man as a woman as a man, all these category errors and stuff. Thankfully, by God's grace, there's enough of us who went, no. Maybe Gen Xers were put on this earth as a generation in the West to go, no. What? What did you just say? Nah, screw that. No. I drank out of a garden hose, sir, all through my childhood. I'm not buying this. No. You know why? Because I'm a...
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever
Bret
will
Hart's
be.
not going to accept this kind of stuff. No, sir. It's raised by Stu Hart. That's some garbage talk. You're not going to do that. So... there's a greater desire, not just to return to some time from before, but a stability of reality. You can't build on sand or on lies. It doesn't work very well. It topples over. We watch people who are exalted in many ways, who I think have signed some devil's deals. I'm just thinking about this about Will Smith the other day. Will Smith. If you were in growing up in the 90s, or alive during the 90s, whatever, Will Smith was like everywhere. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, rapper, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, got into the movies, Independence Day. That guy was just home runs, racking up W's in the chat. Every single thing he did was just magnificent, wonderful, great. Until he became a victim of his own success in many ways. Maybe he's hiding. It's rumored that he's hiding some secrets. Regardless, marries a woman who obviously just hates him. Has children who are, his son's now doing weird acting out stuff. I don't know what's going on with his daughter. And you just look at this man. Every time you see him, every time I see him in public, I'm like, I just feel bad for Will Smith. He's a man who has everything, right? Fame, fortune, or who at least had it. And now you look at him like, I almost feel, I feel the same sympathy for Will Smith as I would with a homeless person on the street. How's that happen? Oh, because this isn't all there is. All the fame and the fortune, the attention, all the rest of it, oftentimes destroys people. Or compromises them in other ways. Leads them into hanging out with very compromised people who do very compromised things, if you get my drift. And that's all coming out now. Well, enough of it. Enough of that we can see. Eyes to hear. Eyes to hear. Eyes to see, ears to hear. We're seeing it. And yet we're more or less powerless to do anything about it. The authorities don't seem to want to do anything about it, or they're doing it too, so their motivations are different. Or they are reacting to it, but they're reacting to it over here and not over here where our attention's at. We want, let's say Epstein to be brought to justice, and yet through all that investigation, they're bringing these other PDF files to justice. But we're not looking over here. We're looking here. I'm okay. I'm open with that narrative. I'm fine with that. The problem is you're seeking this justice, this thing, this truth, this reconciliation, this catharsis that you're unlikely to ever get for one reason or another. So, the way out of this is to realize that catharsis is a false catharsis. That unless you're the victim of these things, or was a victim in general of these things, that the justice you want is not even the justice for that act. You want this justice for your life, justice for the lies, justice for for eating the food of the pigs, justice for being brought low, for not only just being told lies, but believing them and speaking them, living them. How do you get justice for these things in your lifetime? Go to church, talk to your priest. Return, repent, redeem. That's how. You want to beat him? I want to beat him. You really want to PO the adversary? Go to church, talk to your priest. Go to liturgy, take the step. Continue to take steps. Submit to the authority of your priest and of the church. Do what he says. Well, I've watched a lot of Jay Dyer, and I know. Yeah, dead. You're day one. You're not even day one. You're day almost one. Go to church. Talk to your priest. People who are doing this don't need to hear this. Well, they still need encouragement, and I hope they people who are further along this path than me can tune into the show and find value out of it. Here's something that I'll get back to this. I gotta take a little bit of a bathroom break. Something that I thought about, though, that really hit me. Keeping humble. It's hard. Sometimes, especially if you're, being given gifts, or you're this, or you're that, or you know these things, and you memorized it, sure. Energies and essences, sure. I was studying a liturgy, we'll call it last week, was at some point. And one of the young families there had been baptized a year ago. Husband and wife and child, and their little boy is a toddler, let's say 2 years old. And they've all been baptized, and so that they all can receive communion. I have not been baptized in the Orthodox faith, so I can't take communion. That's why I'm in my catechism now. And it's I don't know why I thought this, but I looked over that toddler and realized that toddler is more Orthodox than I am. Well, my family, I have lineage, and I've read the books, and mm-hmm. That kid can take liturgy, you can't. Me. Humbling. Keep those in mind. There are layers to this. There's levels to this, and it's not just because you're going on the way up, right? Another thing that modernists are going to have to contend with. Sometimes it's not like you're going to get like an office, a cubicle, a corner office. Oh, there, major, here's your raise. Make yourself useful, be productive, stay humble, and things will just happen all around you. Opportunities will arise, and the great thing is, I can't speak for everyone's life and everyone's opportunities, but by and large, they're going to be good ones because they're coming from good places. And then suddenly you're surrounded by a bunch of people who kind of care about you. Isn't that nice? Press play a little bit. I'll be right back. We'll play a little bit more of this, and then we're going to take a tiny bit of a break, and then I'll let you guys. We'll turn it to the crowd. We'll see what the crowd wants, what the chat would prefer. We can play a bit of power washing and listen to some stuff, or we can continue on with what I have to say about everything being produced, or we'll figure it out. We're going into almost hour 3, so a good time to maybe change things up a little bit. We'll see how you feel. Of course, let the people know, like, subscribe, and share the stream in all the places. And you can send me a little bit of money, whatever's rattling around in your digital couch, throw it my way. Links in the description below and in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, whatever you want to do, whatever's easiest for you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, I'll play a bit more of this, and we'll get right back.
Go and do things that they found to be socially necessary, because actually they weren't just slaves and they weren't just chained in the home. They had a vital social role, and this is all, of course, withered away with women joining the workforce. So of course they're too busy to do that now. The kind of socially important things that used to be done that kept the genuine sort of sinews of the community together now just aren't happening, and so we wonder why society is declining. Why things feel so hollow. Well, there are lots of tangible things that women used to do that they're just not doing now. And actually, maybe a return to a kind of tradition in this regard might be a wise thing, but whatever. I'm just an evil far-righter, I've been told. Father John Whiteford, an archpriest there, says that homeschooling ensures religious education and a way of protecting your children while avoiding any talk about transgenderism or the 57 genders of the month or whatever, and you can see exactly how this is getting into people's minds. Oh, the Russian Orthodox Church is not doing these things, but the Protestant Church won't shut up about them. Which one do I choose? Comparing the millions of worshippers in America's evangelical megachurches, the number of Christian Orthodox is tiny, only about 1% of the population, of course. But you can see why it would be appealing, because they're not woke, and they're not going to reinforce transgenderism in your children or whatever it is. And again, you can just see why. The whole thing is coded male. Anyway, a smaller study of 773 converts backs up the trend that Pew Research Center found that suggests Orthodox Christians are up to 64% male, which is up 46% in 2007. So you can see that the natural sort of flow of men into the church has rendered it more masculine.
Hey, ladies, if you're looking for a date, looking for a good husband, a good man, or someone who's trying to be a good man, that's important too. You know, wanting to be a good man, making the effort in every single way possible, reads. You know, it really does. And I don't know. I don't know what young girls are on about these days. You know, I see them around. I don't know. Right. My interaction with my definition of young girls now are like 5-year-olds. So, you know, it's like they're into, you know, my daughter's into Bluey, or she's been watching, she was really likes playing with the hair with her dolls. Like she's obsessed with, you know, combing hair and stuff like that. So that's my thing. I don't know what the 20-year-old girls are in, young women, right, are into these days, or how they're acting. I see the videos and stuff. I don't know if that's an accurate presentation as well. You know, I've watched the Whatever podcast and et cetera, et cetera. Sure, yeah, okay. I'm sure that's modeling to a humongous percentage of women, and you know, I believe that a lot of young men are suffering from a dating drought and all these other things, and et cetera, et cetera. I believe that. It was starting to get tough before I met my wife, you know. But I had more traditional forms of meeting women. So as a bartender, I met people all the time. It was easy to do that. So if you know you're doing a job where you don't have access to the public, I can understand how that can be daunting. I don't know, right? But I think that as again we're desiring reality, give it to me real. the more we desire these things, even in our food, and presentations and traditionalism, neo-traditionalists, the neo-trads, as I predicted, are going to come. And it won't be all bad, right? Even if the surface level, center status quo version of these things are going to kind of be annoying, I think there can be lots of great hope for good traditionalism to attract people to the good stuff, good noble desires that do serve civilization and humanity better. But we're not there yet. We're getting there. The only thing I can really advise, general advice is generally pretty bad. So do with that what you will. But I think the only thing I can ever recommend to people is, try to find a good person. And that doesn't always mean someone you're going to agree with or who likes all your stuff, or well, they have to be really smart so they can understand all the stuff I'm talking about. It's like, they can be smart in other ways and not be interested. They can be super smart and not interested in anything you're interested in. And that shouldn't even necessarily disqualify them. My wife isn't interested in any of this stuff. And it's a nice break. We don't have to talk about any of it. It's good. I'm happy for it, It's a nice break. So different criteria and different qualifications for different people, sure. But finding someone who's good, who's solid, who who is aspiring for good things that aren't purely selfish, who has at least some element of humility in them. These are things you can seek out. I know a lot of guys, they're being told that you got to date tens and this and that and the other thing. It's like, you just got to find a good person who you think is going to be a good mother. And the same thing for women. Finding a man making six figures and all that stuff, yeah, it's great. If you can find him, good. If you can find a good man who has all that stuff, good. Lottery. But if you're dating within relative ages, and especially with modern men and women right now, you're going to find probably a fixer-upper. And the great thing about marriage is you're basically making a commitment to spend the rest of your life fixing yourself and, in some ways, each other up, which is good. Women, you got to let your men fix you too sometimes, right? Make you aspire to be better. Quite often, this is always put on men. And, and maybe in a traditional sense, that's true. We should get back to that. We're not there yet. We have to get out of this false equality, false individualism, all these other trappings of liberalism. We're going to break that frame, but it's going to take some time, I think. Because you see some of the more based guys out there, and they're really good on some points, and they're breaking frame on this, that, and the other thing. The other stuff, though, you still want that. Well, not everything. Yeah, that too. It's lies. If you think the lies just started in 1945 or something like that, you're not paying attention. 1850. No. Ooh, go further back. I've been with this for a long time. Now, here's a bitter white pill, and this is good news for all of you. You can do a tremendous amount of work in a very short period of time. But you got to do the work, and the work isn't always obvious. A lot of the work is just shaking it out. Get rid of that falseness. Wherever it leads. Wherever it leads. And that might come down to you having to do some changes in your life, sucker. Good. New challenge. Get good. It's like Dark Souls, but you're living it. It's great.
And the Orthodox Church carries on many traditions that the Protestants lost, such as the tradition of having monks. monks,
Well, they
which is interesting.
never had it. The Protestants never had those traditions.
Because this obviously fell out of favour in the Church of England with the dissolution of the monasteries by Henry VIII, and now it's just become a very limp institution. Whereas
Look,
monks
Anglicans
are someone
are Catholics without a pope. That's it. That was the whole thing. Okay? It's just saying, no, we don't want the pope. We want the king in charge of things. Okay? The ultimate authority rests in the crown and not in the Vatican. That's it. Base preacher says Orthodoxy is the Dark Souls of Christianity. That is accurate, yeah. Gotta get good.
they're people who are taking the religion seriously. And so I find monks
Although
to be
it's all basically a faith
interesting
build, you'll notice that, right? You just got to prot stats and faith. And then maybe one or two other minor stats like Father Moses, strength, obviously. Oops. Jay Dyer.
An interesting
He's got intelligence stacked up.
archetype that the Western man is essentially,
Basically,
at least
I say this is a hollow outside the church. Me too. Yeah, I'm right there with you, brother.
Anglo man has had denied to him. I would like more monks. Monks are cool. Go and live in a monastery somewhere and brew beer and make honey or whatever it is that monks do while praising God. That's definitely a
They
life.
pray for all of us. That's what monks do. Well, they do other things too. But they sanctify and purify themselves and pray for all of us. You're welcome. Thank you, monks. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's not just like, incels who like to make mead.
Some, a small percentage of young men would want, right? It gives them something to do. Anyway, as you can see, this is something that is gaining kind of cultural traction.
Yeah, it gives them
Because-
something to do, Carl. You're right. Yeah, it's, praying for humanity all the time. Yeah, it's, it's make work, sure, but it's humble work, but it's something, right?
Of the vastly underserved demographic of young men who don't know what they ought to be doing with themselves. Like, there are loads of young men who are, when you're just essentially cast out of polite society if you're not prepared to be excessively woke and play second fiddle in your own life to women and minorities, well, where do you go?
That's another
Well,
interesting thing
if
about this. It'd be an interesting thing to see if this starts happening. If we start to see an influx of men choosing the monastic life as a downstream effect of this. Maybe men who maybe say, well, look, I've given up on the idea that, having children and having a wife and all these things has kind of been beaten out of me. I'm not interested in that anymore. Whatever the reasons are. And I believe that it has to become as a calling, because what you're going to do is pretty impressive by all stretch of the means. That being said, I would be interested to see if more men get that calling. I looked for this. Maybe I didn't save it, or maybe it got deleted. There was a guy who made an Instagram post or something like that, talking about praising God for the influx of people coming into Orthodox parishes all over the place. And I've been hearing those reports as well. Now, again, when we talk about these numbers, people think influx are like, thousands and stuff. It's like some of these parishes are quite small. So suddenly going from 6 people to 24 people is huge. And it is still a huge jump up in numbers. And if this trend keeps going, we're just getting started. So there's lots of reasons to have a lot of hope for the very near future, let alone what's going to happen 20, 30, 40 years from now. The thing he touched on in that video was, hopefully God will grant us more resources. And by resources, I mean like priests, people who can work in the church, people who can help help guide and minister all this influx of people. Again, these are things that are in God's hands, not in ours. But it'll be very interesting to see if we start to see that kind of influx and the effects that has on society. Because it won't just be more and more people going to church. That's one thing. But it's going to start, I think, in some ways. Imagine in 10, 15 years from now or whatever, that it's not weird. It wouldn't be weird to see men in Orthodox frocks with the beards, long hair, and all the rest of it, just walking down the street. It becomes a common occurrence. Like, oh yeah, there's loads of those guys now. One in every town, at least. Wouldn't that be interesting? What does that do to people? Or when going to establishing nunneries, monasteries, this becoming like everyone knows someone who's joining the faith in some way, shape, or form at a higher level or a more devoted level. What does that start to do to society? Because these things are never contained. They ripple. Memetics, man.
The Moses here is like, well, there is a place in the Orthodox Church for men. The Protestant churches, they don't really seem to have a place for men. But the Orthodox Church, as he says here, is not necessarily masculine. It's just normal. It's just normal. And so they don't stigmatize men and they don't excessively praise women. And they're just normal. As he says, in the West, everything has become very feminized. Some Protestant churches mainly cater for women. I don't want to go to services that feel like a Taylor Swift concert. If you look at the language of worship music, it's all emotion that's just not men. Yeah, I mean, in a way, and this, I think, makes perfect sense.
Oh.
If you can just be normal rather than polluted with...
Do I see a bit of Buck? A little bit of Buck Johnson's head propping up here. Let's see if he gets to Buck Johnson here.
Gobbledygook, intersectional Marxist ideology.
And Base Preacher says, yeah, Sargon is in that intellectual space. When it comes to God, I wish he would just chat it up with Jay Dyer, because it feels like they would hit it off on geopolitics. Yeah, I have the same... if they were to talk, I hope it wouldn't be a debate. Be it more of an interview, conversation, whatever, and not a debate. Because I think I agree with you that Sargon, I think, is getting to that point where... And maybe he needs it, right? Maybe he needs the debate. I don't know. But I'm hoping that he's at that point that I was at 5 years ago, where you're seeing stuff and you're like, I can't really disagree. I can't find an intellectual disagreement here, or a cultural one. I mean, yeah, okay, I'm an atheist. I still don't believe in it. Maybe it's just a good philosophy. Maybe I can interact with it as a philosophy and stuff. Yeah, well, and then you start saying the Jesus prayer, and all of a sudden, then things start happening. All those contradictions start to crash.
Again, the important thing about the pride flag is it doesn't state a concern about a kind of person. What it states is a particular interpretation of thought, which is intersectional woke ideology. Now, this fundamentally comes out of the Marxists, who essentially lost the argument during the civil rights movement to the liberals, and have been working their way through the institutions trying to pervert liberal ideology.
And that's not how the Marxists lost.
And it's liberalism's intrinsic weakness to Marxism
lost
that allows...
Gulag Archipelago. In his book, I Try to Warn You, by Jim George Jatra, so you can go check out our last conversation. But in that book, his first chapter is on Solzhenitsyn and how the left hated him, still probably hates him. And Solzhenitsyn, really, politically, far more to the left in many, many things. Right? We're talking about policy and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. But what did Solzhenitsyn do? He revealed the Gulag Archipelago. He revealed the great lie. That Sovietism and communism in the Soviet Union was demonic, immoral, no basis for any morality in the system at all. And they were doing horrible things to people, their own people. Bass Preacher says, I need to get some rest. You all take it easy. Thank you so much. I see there is, the number I have is 73 watching. Let the people know. On your way out, please press thumbs up, like it, all the things. Put a comment in the comments section if you're watching this in the future. Al Southgate says, they don't excessively praise women. Maybe, but we venerate the Mother of God more gloriously than the angels. Point is, in Orthodoxy, the cup overfloweth for both men and women. True balance. Yeah, everyone has a place. I think again, post-feminism, this idea that women can't be priests is almost profane to the modernist mind. Oh, well, they're not exalting women. It's like, no, we're just saying that here's something you can't do. It's not for you. It's not for me either. I'm a man. I technically, right, I could be a priest. It's not going to happen, I don't think. I'm not made that way. I have not heard the call, to put it mildly. Now, work within the church and help the church and work my position and stay in my lane. I'm all down for that, man. Learn some theology and help teach people and all this stuff. Yeah, sure. The thing that really is the mind worm of individualism, of liberalism itself, and you put it together with liberty and equality and all these other things, these fine, wonderful ideas, lofty notions, is that this idea that you can't just be whatever you want whenever you want to be. If you do the work, right, Protestant work ethic, you got to do the work. Sure, you got to do the thing, but if you do the work and you work real hard, and you know that you can achieve, and you get to your position and the title and the desk and the name thing, and sure. And we go back to the infernal question: why? Why do you think you deserve? Even in the modern sense, why do you think you deserve to be a CEO or have the power of a CEO? Why do you think you deserve to have the right to vote or an opinion on certain things? Why? Not saying you don't. Not saying you shouldn't. Not saying this should be permanently out of your grasp necessarily in some cases. But no one asks the question, and so there's no answer to why do you think you deserve X, Y, Z? Conservatives are really bad about this by saying, well, you don't deserve it. Maybe that's true in certain cases and in many cases. Sure. But it's not really good of an answer for someone who thinks they deserve something, right? Especially when, let's take the education situation. Especially when they're just been doing what they were told to do. Funny enough, now it's starting to bite women in the ass, and they're all getting upset about it. You see all these different videos of women crying, going, "I'm so crazy in debt. I have this degree. I went and got the degree, and now I'm crazy in debt, and I can't get a job. You can't get a job doing program. All that STEM stuff, right? Go to STEM. Women should go into STEM, medical fields, all that stuff, get degrees. And they did. And many of them can't find a job now. Oops. Because they're outsourcing it to magical brown people and AI. Oops. Oh, well, you weren't counting on the current year. Sorry. See, again, I have the benefit of age. I remember when it was graphic design. There was a time when maybe I was probably still in my 20s, when it was go into graphic design. It was all about graphic design. Learn how to do graphic design and you'll get a job and it'd be very well paid. And graphic design. I knew a lot of guys who went into graphic design, and they all got out of it eventually, very quickly, because they realized, hey, you can maybe get one of these high-paying jobs, maybe. Chances are you're going to be part of the, basically a sweatshop level of graphic designers working for like Puma or something, Nike. Ooh, get to perfect the swoosh. Can you do the swoosh in a different way, different color, whatever, And the money wasn't there. They just sold it to you because that's what the, who knows? You speculate wildly, but that was what they were selling people at that point. Computer design, computer programmers. Learn to code, computer programmer, blah, blah, blah. Now they come out with AI. You can do it on X with like the cheap subscription. Can do basic coding. Give me the code for this. And Grok does, okay. You just take that and put it in and make the code work. Oops. Yeah. You got lied to. Deceived. Or, maybe the people who were telling you this really believed in it. But they were wrong. And now you're paying the consequence, which is, being massively in debt and paying off student loans. I got lucky. I only did 1 year in college. And I got accepted to journalism. I wanted to do film school, and I got into journalism and did a year there, and I realized that I don't like journalism, or my journalist teachers all rubbed me as kind of weird and creepy. And then for radio in Canada at that time, they were telling us, well, Sirius Radio, digital radio is coming in, so there's not going to be that many jobs, and if you want to get on air, you're going to have to go up to Whitehorse and work your way back down to civilization. I was like, really? I don't know about that. Hey, wait. One thing I did learn in college, though, was how to drink. I mean, I spent a lot of time in bars, and I looked around and I was like, I can do that. How much? And I'm looking at the tip jar. I'm like, well, that seems like they're making a lot of money. And they're doing something that I think I can figure out how to do. And they have access to alcohol all the time. This seems like a much better situation than going to Whitehorse to talk into a microphone to nobody, essentially. It came full circle eventually, but they didn't have podcasts back then. This is back in 97, 98, something like that. So Al says, got a dash, glad to catch a little of the live stream. We'll definitely catch the replay. God bless to you, Al. Yeah, let's finish this up. We're almost there. So close. Like 2 minutes. I'm going to talk about Buck, so let's see.
This to happen. And so there's no point trying to go backwards. Just changing tack is the way to solve this. But the point being, the pride flag is a state of ideological dominion. And this is why, when they're looking at the Orthodox Church, they're saying, well, hang on a second, this is so obviously not woke that it accepts men, as in the traditional biblical interpretation of men being the man of the house. And that's appealing to a lot of young men, but it's also appealing to a lot of women. A lot of women don't actually want to become wage slaves for BlackRock, Amazon, or some subsidiary thereof. They actually don't want to just spend all their time filing reports or sending emails for a boss who doesn't care about them at all. They actually don't want this. It's actually not desirable to be sat under the fluorescent lights of the office while sat in front of a screen, sending as many emails as you can, and then going home to an empty apartment. But at least you're financially independent. Yay, well done. And those women who do waste their time doing that during their 20s, find that in their early 30s, they're looking around going, well, hang on a second. This isn't the future I was promised. I was promised satisfaction, and I don't have it. And now I'm thinking, well, maybe I want to change my life and become a wife and mother. Well, maybe you shouldn't have wasted the last 10 years not doing that. But anyway, I don't want to go on to a big rant about it. The point being, it's not surprising that young men are looking at anything else other than the native institutions that have completely not just failed them, but betrayed them. And said, yeah, you know what? There actually isn't a place for you in society. What there is a place for is those people who don't propagate society. The people who are not responsible for producing and rearing the next generation are going to take precedence in everything that we do. And for some reason, we don't know why, our congregations are vanishing and are going over to foreign churches that are like, hey guys, we don't hate you. How about you come in and we'll lift some weights together?
Pay very close attention to what these 5 pastors say.
Interesting how he, and I understand why he doesn't understand these things, and it's okay. But interesting how he says these foreign churches, because it's not foreign. In fact, Orthodoxy was there in Ireland, and St. Patrick, Orthodox, was there predating even Roman Catholicism. There was a pre-schism time too, right? Schism happens around. Don't have me about the exact date. There's debate of the date, anyways, but let's just call it 1000 AD. And then, but there was a church that was out there and flourishing and being the church. And it was just the church at that point. And we didn't even have to call it Orthodoxy. Yeah, it's that existed. So it's not that foreign, Carl. It's just you got invaded by those Protestants, those dang Protestants. I know. Let's not start that. I made a promise to myself and others to be nice. I don't have to be mean about it either. Look, it's the same thing I was saying before. You're raised in these lies, in these, or even not even lies, but let's say deceptions brought on by, let's say, ignorance, both willful and otherwise. Those passions, man, they do something to you. The pride and vainglory. It's like having tangled bunch of earphones. Trying to get through it all. And the more you untangle, you're like, Jesus, there's lots of this here. Yeah, it's been with me for a long time. Yeah. That's why I don't have it. I don't have the scrawl here, but go to church, talk to your priest, talk to a priest, and then make him your priest, and then you can talk to your priest, your church father, your spiritual father. Get one. Very important. St. Herman brought Christianity to Alaska in 1794. There you go. It's been around for a bit. What's interesting, and I'd be interested to see if Carl ever really honestly deals with Orthodoxy on a substantial level. Because one of the things that, I knew about Orthodoxy because it was my family and stuff. We weren't overly religious, so it was more an awareness of, but, we weren't going to liturgy, all that stuff all the time. So I knew it existed, right? But for many people, this is like this really weird, well-kept secret that wasn't a secret. I found that I started thinking about this a few years ago because I listened to all the New Atheists and Chris Hitchens and all that stuff, and I was an adherent of Chris Hitchens quite a bit, shamefully. Well, whatever. We go through the things we go through. The interesting thing about those guys is they never debated any Orthodox Christians. It was Jews and Muslims and Protestants galore, and maybe a few Roman Catholics in there, I'm sure, but never an Orthodox Christian. Huh. I think that's weird, isn't it? Well, they never bothered to find an Orthodox Christian. I'm sure in the early 2000s they could have found one or two. Before there was Jay Dyer, I'm sure there was some Orthodox Christians who could do, apologetics and dust it off and do some debates. Never bothered. Now, I don't know if that was purposeful or not, because again, coming from a more Western or Anglo tradition, maybe they just never encountered it, or they just thought, oh, those are look, we're talking to the Roman Catholics, those Orthodox guys are just the crazy Christians, like, a lot of beards. Maybe. We're doing a Bible reading last night, and this is an odd conjecture, but we'll do this, and we'll see how many of you are still hanging in. Maybe we'll do some power washing, and talk about everything being produced. What's the link I'm trying to make here? I'm being careful. No, I'll leave it. That's one I'll think of more before I open my mouth, before I put my size 10 directly in it, wiggle my toes. I'll think about that. That's something that shouldn't be said off the cuff, but there's an interesting link in there. I'll get back to you folks on that. Okay, let's take a little bit of a break. Thank you for everyone who's watching across all the platforms. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share the stream. Send me some money. Appreciate it. We're going to do some upgrades of the studio. So every little bit helps. Pay some bills and all the rest of it so I can continue doing this work for you more and more often. And I appreciate all that. I will be right back. What are we going to leave you with? Let's put this on. Let us put on Your Thoughts Are Shaping You. This is from Father Josiah Trenham. And it's a little bit longer, but I'm going to go make a coffee. And then we'll be right back. And we'll pick it up and maybe do some power washing.
Hey everyone, God bless you. Thanks so much for tuning in. I am wishing you good strength and rest as the summer is progressing. We're about to start the fast of Our Lady for her Dormition, August 1st to the 14th. Wonderful period of time in which we supplicate her, usually chant the parocclisis to her each day. May she help you in many ways, and good strength for the fast. Our thoughts determine our lives in many, many ways. I'd like you to think with me about this, about where your mind is and the impact that the mind and your particular thoughts has on your whole state of being, and especially upon who you are and your character and what's actually produced in your life. Have you ever walked into a room, maybe into your kitchen, and opened the refrigerator and you don't know why you're there? You look into the refrigerator and then you remember you're just looking for your keys. This picture is very much how we are today. We are overwhelmed with a collection of thoughts. So many thoughts bombarding us that we feel overloaded, totally and completely distracted. We don't know where our thoughts begin often. We don't know how they're developing. We feel them developing. But we're not examining them carefully, and we don't know even where they're going to end. We are constantly, from morning until night, bombarded with information, most of it a waste and much trash. We're absorbing information, texts and news and social media and opinions and arguments and memes and messages, and now ChatGPT. We're being influenced not only by what is constantly said, but our values are being fixed without us even knowing it. Our ideas molded and assumptions are constantly being imbibed by us without evaluation. This is the issue. Not everything that we take in is godly. Not everything is worthy of our attention, and yet it has an impact. Some of it's not so harmful, and it's just kind of like junk mail. A lot of junk mail. Some of it's helpful. A lot of it is destructive. A lot of it tears us down, and we hardly realizing it. It misleads us. We become divisive, discouraged, even destructive. We often don't realize how much our thinking is being shaped by these thoughts that are bombarding us from the outside. So how do we focus our godly thoughts? How do we put our mind on beautiful things that please God and help us and others? And how do we avoid the evil thoughts? How can we live a pleasing life to the Lord when our minds are constantly bombarded? I want you to think with me a little bit about that. The power of your thoughts to determine your life. Our life is moving in the direction of the most potent thoughts that we have. This is a truth. Who we are today and tomorrow is largely the result of what we are thinking. The decisions that we've made, the attitudes we adopt, the character that we develop, they all begin as thoughts, and these thoughts are powerful. Think of Proverbs 23:7. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Our thoughts, they're not just private matters. They're not just neutral or internal. They eventually become expressed. They become external. They shape how we see the world, how we treat others, how we handle stress, money, conflict, and everything else. Think of your mind like a garden. Whatever seeds you plant in that garden are going to grow, and they will produce the crops that you harvest. If you plant seeds of fear, or bitterness, or resentment, or anger, or lies, or corruption, they're going to grow. If you plant seeds of faith, of truth, of gratitude, of peace, of love, they also will grow. What we put into our minds produces who we are. And that space, that mental space, is a massive battleground. This is where war takes place. This is the word of St. Peter. This is in his first epistle, chapter 1, verse 13. Prepare your minds for action. Be sober-minded, right? Be watchful. Set your hope fully on the grace that will be brought to you at the revelation of Jesus Christ. There's a beautiful word. Don't let your mind meander. Give it direction. Take custody of your mind, dear ones. Or it, without you knowing it, is going to take custody of you. Be intentional. Be ready. It's not a playground, your mind. It's a battleground. It's where Satan loves to plant lies. It's where fear and anxiety and stress takes root. It's where temptation begins, is in the mind. If the enemy can control our thoughts, he can influence our life, and that's why renewing our mind isn't optional, it's essential. Think with me about the cycle of thoughts and how they produce destiny. A thought becomes an action becomes a habit becomes a character, and a character determines destiny. So if you want to change your life, change your thoughts, change your thinking, that's where to begin. If you want to destroy a habit that's eating you alive, get to the source, the thought, the source of that habit. Trace it back to the thought that feeds it. If we want to be more like Jesus, think like Jesus. This is St. Paul's counsel. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. Transformation starts there, starts in the mind. In this world, how do you do that? How do you actually think beautiful thoughts that can produce a beautiful life? Let me make a few suggestions in conclusion. Ask yourself, where is this thought coming from? Basically, screen your thoughts. Evaluate them. Put them through the filter. Is the thought from God, or from your flesh, or from the enemy? Is it leading you closer to Jesus, helping you to accomplish your task as a person? Or is it pulling you away? Is it rooted in the truth, or is it rooted in fear? Does it build you up, or does it tear you down? Use as your example, your filter, St. Paul's word in the 4th chapter of his epistle to the Philippians, when he writes to his spiritual children and gives them a filter by which they can judge thoughts. Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, think about these things. This is the mental security system that you need. This verse. When a thought tries to enter your mind, first make it pass the test, the Philippians 4:8 test. If it doesn't pass, don't entertain it. Send it on its way. That's number one. Screen your thoughts. Number two, select the right thoughts, the thoughts that are conducive to your goals. We can't always control what thoughts immediately come into our minds, but we can control the ones that we couple with, the ones that we're going to meditate upon or let in or let germinate. Select the thoughts that align with God's word, with your goal. Number three, cultivate beautiful, godly thinking. When God speaks, whether through his word, through his spirit, in his people, through the church, through the fathers, grab the thoughts and hang on to them. Don't let them go. Cultivate it, water it, let it grow roots. Think about it often, write it down. I can't tell you how many times over my life I have put beautiful thoughts into my pocket. Scripture verses, quotes from the fathers that I want to memorize. Even goals for my life. When I first became Orthodox, I put in here, become a saint, because I know that's God's will for every single
Pocket,
person.
not
And I
his fanny pack.
kept it in there for about 5 years. In every shirt I wore, every cassock I put on, I kept it there in my pocket so that it would become fixed in my mind. Cultivate godly thinking. If you sense God calling you to forgive someone, act on it. If he calls you to take a step of faith, take it. Don't just hear the words of God. Apply them. Work them out. Don't walk in weeds. The righteous man does not walk in the counsel of the ungodly. He doesn't stand in the path of sinners. He doesn't sit with the unrighteous. His delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He's like a tree firmly planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. And whatever he does, he prospers. That's the fruit of cultivating godly thoughts, of putting your mind on beautiful things. When we start thinking God's way, we begin to live God's way. And with that comes peace, peace of God, which surpasses all understanding. Paul says in that same text in Philippians 4, will guard your hearts and mind through Christ Jesus. This is the promise. So let me ask you, in conclusion, what you've been thinking about lately. Are you living with anxiety, doubt, anger, with grief, guilt? Or are you walking in peace, purpose, and joy? You can't always control what the world throws at you, but you can control what you dwell on, what you choose to set your mind upon. And if you don't like the direction that your life is going, change your thoughts. Change the way you think. God has given you his tools, his word, his spirit, his promises. You're not a prisoner of your thoughts. You are the master of them, the steward of your thoughts. So surrender your minds to God. Ask him to renew you from the inside and to give you beautiful thoughts. This is the battle of our life. And the victory is something that Jesus has accomplished for us and wants us to share in.
I know I'm muted. Couldn't say it better myself, even if I thought I could try. We got Mrs. Kingpilled in here in the chat saying, love, love, love this man. Yes, Father Josiah Trenham is one of the good ones. Mr. Pursue saying, kill the bots. Well, look, man, I know only one way of doing that on Kick. And people complained about it before.
Ooh.
Because then they couldn't say no words in there. So, I can do this. I can ban the bots. But you may not like it there, buddy. I'll do this over here. Hang on. Followers only chat, subscribers only chat, emotes only chat, age, account age restriction, ban words. No. Let me see here. Channel, chat. Spam, we got spam up there, gibberish, sexual content, all that other stuff. So I don't know. I don't know how to do this on Kick. So you're gonna have to just live with it. Sorry. Live with it. Ignore them. The bots are fine. They just did a demon demos. They're just demons. Yeah. Well, that's true. So, yes, guard your thoughts. You know, the other thing, too, I think about quite often, and this has happened in my own life, we forget about joy. We forget about happiness. These things are tied to hope. We talk about these things as if we're supposed to manifest themselves somehow. But we very rarely feel them anymore. You know, there's the happiness of a brief thing. You're stuffing you stuff your face with something, and it gives you joy. It gives you happiness, the momentary fleetingness of happiness. And isn't that nice? But we've kind of forgot, I'll speak personally on this, you kind of forget what it is to feel happy. And it happened to me, July was a really weird month, where we spent the first almost well over half of it. Family was really sick, difficulties there, prolonged sickness with my wife, and just it was a very difficult month. At the same time, on my birthday, I got to meet with Archbishop George, who's the Archbishop of Australia, and received blessings from him, and also started my catechism. I believe that was end of July, beginning of August this month, and got to spit on the devil, all those things, and I'm still feeling it, I've come down to earth a bit more. But for about 2 weeks there, I was just happy. And for some of you, I'm sure that sounds weird. Like, okay, you're happy. Good for you. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm not a happy person. I don't do happy. What, happy? What's happy? No, I'm, usually begrudged, grumbling in my soup, my non-beefy soup. With not wearing a fanny pack or shorts. But yeah, I'm not happy by a metric. So to suddenly feel a great deal of release and joy and happiness, it was like a strange feeling. I had to kind of accustom myself to it. I was like, well, what is this? And it's like, you're just happy, man. That's what joy is all about. I kind of like this. Well, this is what you guys keep droning on about. Yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah. It's actually kind of nice. Not so bad, this happiness. So, like I said, go to church, go to liturgy, talk to your priest, let it transform you, because it will. Many such cases, right? And it's not just my story. It's I add my story to the list of stories of people saying very much similar things. And yeah, Mr. Sue says, what would you say has kept you unhappy for so long? I have general temperament. I mean, there's a list of things probably if we really want to divulge my entire life story. Really, what happened to me when I was 11, turning 12, my grandfather died, and he died of a pretty nasty case of started with bowel cancer, moved on, and I hadn't, because my family was religious enough for me to believe in God and to have read the Bible and to be of some sort of faith, weak as it was or immature as it was. I hadn't been, let's say, spiritually instructed, so I couldn't understand that God's love includes suffering. And maybe this is probably beyond most people, and of course, bring up in the broad modern world, you're not given that message. So I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand why my grandfather would have had to die that way. He was a good man. Why did a good man have to die that way? It was pretty brutal. And I think that's where my split happened, right? Where I built up anger and resentment towards God and this whole concept. And I ran with that for, 30 odd years. And, increasingly so, right? Because the more you turn from him and the more you just reject the idea, the more you have to chase something else. And so you chase more modernity, and, I was brought up with a single mother and all those other things. And, the fact that I'm not in jail is pretty amazing. Not that I was really involved in too much nefarious whatever, but like could have easily gone that way. You see, again, the benefit of age, you look back on your life and you see these little branching paths. And I think the falsehood is that you thought you chose this. But really, one, I think God is directing you in many ways. But minus that even, were you making that choice? How did you make that choice? I credit my grandfather quite a bit for supplying me with at least enough with enough mentorship when I was young that there was a North Star there, So even when I had rejected God and rejected the church and rejected tradition, and I wasn't dealing with that at all, or if I was, it was to slander and to badmouth and to disbelieve, there was still enough morality in me, enough decency in me, that I couldn't go down certain roads, put it that way. So, by God's grace, that saved me from probably having some nasty ends, and being here today with you, and, missing teeth and a little bit overweight and, boorishly me, but, there you have it. So, and when you let go of those things, or when you start to let go of those things, start to let go of that resentment, suddenly what's been holding you to, let's say, that liberal frame, that modernity, and it's different for everybody, or for sections of humanity, but I think you're going to see similarities and overlaps. Pleasure, promise of fortune, uh, you know, exaltation of the self, all that stuff, and I think quite a bit of it is resentment. The consequence of liberalism ultimately is resentment, because it's based on this lie, right? That all men are, all these stacked up lies. All men are born equal. No, that's not true. Liberty and justice for all. Well, that's not true either. And you keep going down to it and you go, well, but they told it. I believed in all this stuff. It must be true. It's gone wrong. It's like, no, not really. It is what it is. You can't blame a lie for being a lie. It's a lie. It does what lies do. It deceives you. So in that case, it's doing a heck of a job, in actuality. So so then we're brought to this point now where people's resentments are clouding their visions, and everyone's looking for a scapegoat, someone to blame, and no one points the finger back at themselves. So it's always out there. And again, this is not saying that there aren't people who deserve some justice in this world, but since you're not in control of that, and this gets into a conversation about everything being produced, since you're not in control of the information you're given, and you're not in control of many aspects of your life, the lies that are told, as Father Josiah Trenholm said, you can start to control your thoughts. And when you control your thoughts, you control your words. And when you control your words, you control your actions. All these things flow. This is why getting your attention and getting those thoughts, invading your brain with certain thoughts, is modus operandi number one. The demons have their propaganda too, right? They're just not very, in some ways, they're just not very sophisticated. They don't have to be. They're pretty brutalist. They play along the same passions all the time. And why? Because it works. Now, I give the demons a healthy amount of the respect you should give to a mortal enemy, in that if you start thinking yourself too big for your britches, and I got this, and they're suckers, whatever that, you're in for a rude awakening. But because they can come at you in very creative ways, creative in terms of you weren't expecting it. But when you survive it and you look back on it, it's like they're just feeding on your pride. That's just, they're just getting you where they know it's easy to get you. For me, you just get me angry, and all of a sudden, I shut off. I'm the toddler spitting the dummy. I'll relate to the story too, because it's late. Why not? I told this to Tommy Salmons when we last talked. I kept it. It's a nice reminder for me about why I need to get my stuff under control. And to just be clear, I've never hit anyone in my house or something like that. So when I talk about rage and all those other things, we'll keep those. It's not that bad, I do have some control, but I got blistering mad some time ago. I don't know why. Maybe something my wife said. I don't know. Who knows? I don't even remember the reason why, but just got blind bull mad. And I had a pot, metal pot, and I slammed that pot on the sink edge to the point where I bent the bottom of the pot. I use that pot quite often. It's a nice reminder every time I look at it. Like, you stupid idiot, child. It was before I started going to liturgy, by the way. But yeah, it's dumb things like that. What are you doing that for? It's because you're not in control. The modernist is stuck with death. We're all stuck with death on some level. It is the ultimate truth. Non-negotiable. Although we do try. I think there's partly a fear of death going on, and a partly even bigger than that is a fear of judgment. You put those two things together, and you got complete avoidance. Everyone's just averting their gaze from the absolute reality of life. And we see it on TV, and we see it in news reports. We talk about it with Russia, Ukraine, and we see these numbers, and like, ooh, that's horrible, tragic. Or we see what's going on in Gaza, or pick your place. Violence in the streets of your own home, But you're disconnected in many ways. I think we've become very disconnected, unless you're living it directly. And we analyze it, and we talk about it, and we put our little posts and all that stuff. But, we forget that there's real people involved in that. And we forget it on purpose because I don't think we don't want to look at it. That's why I've gone with the Orthodox skull stuff. It's not just because I like Death of the World. I think it's kind of nice imagery. It's later than you think. Which can be talking about the eschaton, the end of Western civilization, or just the end of you. It is later than you think. Hasten, therefore, to do the work of God. We're saying the table constantly. This is a refrain. To be ready, because if you go tomorrow, or today, or in a minute from now, and you survive the toll houses, we'll talk about the toll houses in the future, and you get up there, and you encounter God, in whichever way that happens, and he asks you a direct question like, what were you doing to prepare? And you're like, well, I kind of did some fasting, and I felt really bad about, some things, and went to liturgy when I could, and, did my prayers, but I always did my prayers. But he's like, yeah, but you read them pretty fast. Yeah, well, but I did them though, right? If it's not changing you, if you're just doing the fake it till you make it, there's something to be said about that. Maybe your first few times as a seeker, or as you're seeking, you're kind of maybe absorbing, and that's okay. But at some point, you can't be faking it. It's got to do something to you. It will. If you just let it, it will. But there's a choice in there with you as well. Have I seen the Asmongold videos of him explaining why he is the way he is? I think so, probably. I remember I think I first started following Zach's stuff when he lost his mom. Around that time, anyways, I became aware of him. And because he was doing sort of frank videos of that. I think I caught the first few, whether it was, I can't remember now, whether it was while his mom was sick or just after she had passed. And that really, I guess, maybe feels sympathy to the man. So I've been there. I know what it's like to lose family, and it's hard, It throws your world, especially I think when it comes to parents, people who've held parental roles. I lost my grandfather. That was very hard. Losing my grandmother was also hard. I don't want to say it gets easier, but on some level, it does. How do I put this? By the time I lost my Aunt Ellen, or my Aunt Ellen was proposed, that was a heck of a story. I'll tell you that sometime. But there was a lot of moving parts to that one. So I think it was one of those where you're grateful for her passing, and not because of anything about her, so much, but it was more like that was a bad one. So in some ways it gets easier when you go through them, but at the same time it does if you're not prepared for it, if nothing in your world is preparing you for it, for your end or your loved one's end, most people, it's like they lost a pet, and that's the most tragic thing that's happened in their life. And I'm not I'm not getting into that conversation. Right? It is tragic to lose your pet. But your pet's not your dad or your mom, right? Or your grandpa or whatever. That your pet is not someone who literally shares blood with you, no matter how well you've raised your little fur baby, right? So it's that there's a death of the self that happens with it, death of maybe some childhood or something like that. And because we don't have any rituals or preparation, generally speaking, to prepare ourselves for these things, in fact, we try to stave it off as far as possible. Now we stuff our old people into homes and let other people take care of them. That says something about not just our society, but how our society wants to even access death. Stuff it away, put it away, let someone else deal with it. Not for me. I got work to do. Catch up on this. Sue says he was the same way, very insecure, cared a lot about what others thought. You may not have those issues, but he eventually just let those things go and stops caring and accepted things for what they were. I'm not saying you should accept your anger and not change, but forgiving yourself and accepting your flaws and working on them, which obviously you're doing, is the first step to relief and happiness. Yeah, I mean, there's bigger elements at play with that. It's not just the anger. If it was just the anger, that's where I think people fall into the false therapy idea, where they think it's just anger. Well, no, it's like you've been living with this kind of thing for such a long time that it's no longer just anger. It's seeped into everything. And the Orthodox Church is a hospital. It's there to heal spiritual sickness. It should be almost seen in that light. And the church and tradition can do a lot of things. And for some people, I think it can perform literal miracles. I don't know if that's the right orientation for people to take in terms of, yes, you should be seeking spiritual health. Yes, you should be going to a church to deal with these things. And with whatever time you have left. But the idea is not necessarily to rid yourself of them. The aim is to control them, to put them in the rightful place. Because all the passions are inversions of virtues. So anger itself is not the issue. Sometimes anger can be connected to righteousness. Sometimes you need some fiery righteousness to be able to say, no, this is wrong and something has to be done. The problem with rage is there's no discernment. It erases the ability to be righteous because now all you're doing is the first thing you think. Smash the pot in the sink. Get a yelling match. Whatever. Blow up parts of your life. Whatever it is, whatever the manifestation is, because you're in full rage. Wrath. There is that vengeance that you want, that you're seeking. For probably a minor infraction. Someone cut you off in traffic. Road rage. So you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. Sin of gluttony, right? The passion of gluttony being really the most pernicious sin in some ways. A lot of people think it's pride, and that's true. But really the one that we all of us, even from a very early age, have is gluttony, right? To eat. You're going to eat. Yeah, you got to eat. So there's a discernment of knowing when to eat, when you're eating too much or not enough. And too much for me may not be the too much for you or someone else. So when does it pass over into the passion of gluttony? It's a very difficult one. Pride is kind of easier to see. Either exalting your pride or you're suffering from depression. It's all about you. Not to say that that's an easy one to overcome at all. None of these can be easy. It's why I caution people. It's like, even deaf to the world, and these, we offer them up. I think it's good to offer up these things as ideal. It's a nice thing to try to get to. But we live in this world. You're a lady. You're not a monk. You're not a priest. I'm not nothing. I'm a schlubby white belt. 2-year-old toddler's more Orthodox than I am. Right? So, with that in mind, if you start to put your mind on, I will overcome these things and get rid of them from my life, it's like, well, maybe. Even this idea that I don't care what people think of me. It's like, I get it. And it's good to pursue your ambitions, even though you might be getting flack, all the oppositions, the world, and all the rest of it, people criticizing you non-endingly. You shouldn't take that on. Yeah. But if you don't care enough, it's like, where does this pass over to nihilism? Where do you pass on to a point where then you're not getting married and you're not having a kid? Zach would be a great dad. And he's probably convinced himself that that's not for him. Right? So he's a multimillionaire, very successful, very good at what he does. And he's in his 30s, I think, right? Mid-30s, something like that. If he lives another 35 years, which is what if he's 35, let's say he's got another 35 years left of him. Okay? Just play it safe. That's both a long and short amount of time. I'm 48. I'm going to be lucky if I got another 25 in me. 30 probably tops. And probably a lot of those years at the end, not so good. So do I do this for the length of time? Maybe. It's incorporated. Maybe. But is it just this? This, Where do you access truth? Where do you access any higher meaning? It can't just be from work. Lots of things can take work away from you. Zach wakes up tomorrow and his voice doesn't work. Kind of screwed. Happened to me when I was, I was what? At that time, probably 25 years in or whatever, into hospitality. Mostly fine dining, all the rest of it. Worked up and down all the different places. Was hanging up Christmas decorations on the bar. Was telling one of my coworkers that my wife was pregnant because we had just found we'd gone past that 3-month mark, and you start telling people. And I went to put my foot back on the ladder, and I slipped. I came down and put my hand through the back bar. All these bottles were. Put my hand through about 5 bottles. Luckily enough, not cutting off my thumb or my hand or whatever, doing some major damage. And I, for months after that, I didn't know if I would ever be able to use this hand again. And my entire career, right? And then COVID happened, lockdowns and all the rest of it. So like the entire industry that I'd given, blood, sweat, 80-hour weeks, all the rest of it, I knew I was going to have to change because I was about to have a child, and I knew that my life was going to change dramatically, and I had to do that, and all of a sudden God throws that at me. Rather dramatic. Like that. Whew. And that's in December of 2019, and by October 2020, or really by December of 2020, so within 1 calendar year, I've now made the decision and talked to my wife and convinced her that we're moving the family to Australia. And had a religious experience and, all the rest of it. Phew. And if we're going to looking, again, life can only be understood backwards, but must be lived forwards. At that time, first of all, this hurt like hell. Ooh, did this hurt. Even when they had you jacked up on drugs. My favorite story is like So when the accident happened, we had a Guinness rep who was cleaning the lines, and I mean I'm bleeding, and he put took a rag or a bar rag essentially, and tied it around my arm into a tourniquet and tied it so tight that it just shut off like everything. So, and you can't really tell from the camera here, but I mean basically all it looked like I had cut some superficial cuts on my fingers, and then I had this kind of gash on my hand, but because it had clotted over because there was no blood running to it, it didn't look that bad. So I get to the hospital, into emergency, and I show him the guy, and I'm telling him all. But when the ambulance picked me up, they kind of saw all the blood and stuff, so they knew that things were not okay, and so they hit me with, I don't know, whatever pain medication, probably more maybe morphine or something like that. So I get to the hospital, we get to an emergency, and they're asking me what happened. I'm spieling out the whole thing, and he's looking at the hand, and they're kind of moving the hand around like it ain't nothing, right? And it's hurting, right? It's the pain's coming through, and they've taken the tourniquet off, but I had a bandage on and stuff, and they're not looking at the big gash, and I'm telling them about it, like my hand's pretty open to the sky, right? But they're not looking at that. They're moving the hand around, doing these X-rays and stuff. So I get to this young guy, and he's peeved because he's been asked to do the stitches, and he wanted to go and do his birthday celebration. And I know this because he freaking tells us, like it's like in front of me, this is happening. And they're flopping my hand around, and it's really starting to hurt now, right? Like I'm just getting, I don't know how this is okay. And the guy goes, okay, fine, he's going to stitch it up. He just stitches up the fingers and stuff, and he takes the bandage that was on my hand, the gauze or whatever, and rips it off. And at that point, I guess it kind of, the tourniquet's off and all the rest of it. So I start spraying arterial blood all over the emergency room. Just wonderful. And I'm starting to scream now because it hurts. So here and all I hear him call is arterial bleed, and everyone was pretty kind of chill, like, not doing much. And everyone comes alive. Whoa. And they asked me, do you want ketamine? And I was like, yes. So they shot me with ketamine. Which, by the way, I'm not advising any kind of drug use for anybody else on a casual basis. But if you find yourself in a hospital with half your hand open up to the sky, and they offer you ketamine, it was weird because my feet were pointing towards the emergency door opener, right? So, the door's open like this. And the ketamine hit pretty fast. And I'm just like, ooh. I'm looking over my hand like, wow, that looks awful. Someone should really do something about that. Do you call someone over? This is pretty bad. And I looked over, and I looked at my feet, and the doors are open and closed. I'm like, how did we get on the... I think I asked someone, if I remember correctly. I'm like, how did we get on the elevator? Because it looked like we were on an elevator with the doors closing. Anyways. So that's my hand story. And it kind of looked like a Frankenstein hand for a long time. But yeah, for a while there, I didn't know if I was ever going to regain function, feeling. I still don't really have much feeling in part of my hand. I could burn it really easy. I say all this because it's like, you don't know, right? You don't know what the next thing is. Like the getting off the bar thing. I've done that I can't even tell you how many times. And just, whoop. There you go. Here's the rest of your life being decided in one little fall. And it's interesting, too, because I was on such momentum within the hospitality world that's all I did. I've gone to different places. I worked some places that closed down. Maybe one or two places that got let go, or I quit and moved around a bit. But I was always in hospitality world. I was one of those guys. I'm always going to open a restaurant. Talking about opening a restaurant, never did, obviously. But you establish momentum in your life, and you're just kind of going forward. Because, as you do, when you have a disruption like this, and I had situations where I was working with one place with my wife and I, and they basically sold the place out without telling us. And so I think I was out of work. I took a year off because I had, unemployment and settlement and all this other stuff, whatever. So I could afford to. So I was like, you know what, I had savings and the rest of it. We're taking a year off. Screw it. But that was different because I never really thought. Oh, by the way, hello, El Buen Justo, friend from South America. Well, again, sorry, and Mr. Sue says true. I guess that's went through, call it anger management. But yes, God calls us to have perfect hatred for things against him. Yeah, hatred can happen without anger. Anger kind of is like the alarm bell. Something's not right. Something's upsetting you. Something's wrong, disordered, demands your attention. Something you should do something about. And you can, let's say the rightful use of hate, and maybe that's even the wrong word for it, but we'll use it, is emotionless, really. It's without passion. I hate the devil and the adversary for all the good reasons to hate them. And I take an arm against it my own way. But it's not like getting angry at the devil. It's like getting angry at air. Get angry at the demons. It doesn't do anything. Angry at yourself. Okay. Does that motivate you to to not do the things you're not supposed to do and do the things you're supposed to do? If so, maybe use it. But true, I think in some ways it's like true. The closer you get to true love, it's not that endorphin rush and romantic and stuff. It's just it's almost cold. Like I love my daughter so much, and my wife, that I don't. It's not like an emotional state. Like it's not it doesn't generate sub feelings, let's say. It just is. It's just an is feeling. And I think there's that accurate point of, if you hate the adversary, you hate it cold. I mean, this is my Slavic heart talking. Who knows? But there's no real emotion attached to it for me. It's more like I'm gonna do some damage to the adversary on my way out. Even if just if I know I can, if I can leave this world knowing that I gave the devil a bad day here and there, I'll take it. Not so bad. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I'll put it to you, whoever's left in the chat. Anyone want some power washing? Now's the time to talk up, huh? We can do some power washing. We can just sign off if we're all getting sleepy. I'll let you think about it. Have your thoughts about it. Get back to me about it. Let me know in the chat. I want to see some power washing or some of that. I want power washing. Okay, there's a vote for power washing. There's a vote. Do I get 2 votes? You can vote with your wallets too, folks. We can crack $10 on that goal, on that grift goal. I'm not very good at this grifting thing. New says, not being tolerant people dangerous to your kids, progressive, is the most Christian thing a parent can do. Yeah. Yeah. There's also, understanding where you're at, right? I think people, maybe because it's Saturday morning cartoon brain, but people get very direct. They think they have to start a fight. You know, go up to the teacher. Rah, rah, rah. And look, I'm not saying maybe that is. I can't give you an answer for all possible, permutations of the question. But I think people use it against you. Again, that anger, right? Again, to wrath, anger. You're gonna think and say and do things that aren't well thought out. Now, in a moment of danger or crisis, you're not going to sit there and ponder. Do I save my child from the tiger? No, of course you do, right? But in other situations where you're dealing, let's say, with a system, education system, right? Easy one. The obvious, most direct choice may not always be the best one for your situation. We'll leave it at that, right? Everyone talks about homeschooling, and homeschooling is a fine answer to this, and I'm not against it. I honestly think if you have a young boy, young girls are a little bit different, especially for elementary, but for young boys, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm being naive on that. So again, I don't know where you're calling from. Maybe it's different for in your state or whatever that, right? But young boys, yeah, don't. If you have an option, if you can make that work, make it work. Sending sending young boys to through the education system as it is right now, probably not a good idea. Probably won't be a good idea for a bit. It's not stylized for them. It's not built for them. It's 60 years of essentially stylizing it and making it for the promotion of women, and holding boys back so that women can outperform and all the rest of the stuff and get the stats and get the numbers. And then the ideology passes into just behavioral, so it's no longer something that someone can put together. It's if you ask them bluntly and with a truth serum, all the rest of it, they would never admit to that because it's not what they're thinking. They just have this disdain for young boys, and they don't know why. Young boys, there's something wrong with them. I was thinking of this the other day. It's kind of they got both genders coming and going just at different ages. Again, maybe this has changed, or so update me if necessary. But for young boys, they've been medicating young boys early on, young ages, right? Young boy has doesn't get along with others, is doing some violent stuff or whatever. Therapy. When that doesn't work out, because of course it doesn't work out, because you're basically trying to condition a bear not to shit in the woods. Forgive me. You put him on medication. And then that starts that whole trend. For girls, and again, maybe this has changed, but from my understanding of it and what I've seen, is that the girls didn't get on the medication until they were in their teens, whether it be the pill or, SSRIs or antidepressants or whatever. And I think that's really interesting, because it's like you want to neuter the boys early and make them more feminine, or make them just certainly not, like, make them a non in some ways. Maybe they're not feminine, but they're not acting on masculine impulses, and you get them early. And for girls, you let them develop all that feminine stuff, and then you start to cut them off. Make them self-doubt. Make them self-hate themselves for the world. And get them on medication when they're 13, 14, whatever it is. Get them both ways, right? And I think, when we're talking about, people talk about why people don't want to have kids anymore and all the rest of it. I think the medications certainly have something to do with it. Education of women, I've heard, as a theory. Yeah, I think I think there's something to be talked about there. Women prioritizing, education and career over young families, and the precursor to having a large family is usually having kids in your 20s or whatever. Not a guarantee, but the but to look at the sort of that medication, and even that social medication, we can call it. Not everyone's on some sort of drug, but they've been socially medicated into feeling unworthy. Something is wrong with you because you're not fully jiving, are you? Something inside of you is telling you this is wrong, but you're socially medicated. Maybe afraid of being excluded. So you pop that, pills of a different kind. And that unworthiness makes you feel to be unworthy as a parent, makes you feel unworthy as a man or as a woman. So then you feel unworthy as a husband and as a wife, and you certainly feel unworthy as a father and as a mother. So you just don't have kids. Not even one. Or you don't even involve yourself in the life of kids because, again, you feel unworthy. And that's a heck of a thing. As I was saying earlier, telling that story of, knowing I could have gone to liturgy earlier, even just the first time, and feeling like I can't do this because I feel unworthy. I feel ashamed still, like I don't belong there. I've said too many things, lived too much life in an opposite direction. And we're all unworthy, We're all in some way, shape, or form. So I'm just loading up power washer. Get to it. Pee again. But it's the same thing as thinking of it as a hospital. You don't go to a hospital if you're well. I mean, maybe that's your thing. Chances are you're not. You're going to a hospital when you're sick. And is it your fault you're sick? Well, maybe. Maybe you've made some life decisions that have made you sicker than you need to be. But maybe that doesn't really matter. Hang on a second here. Oops. Maybe all you have to worry about is getting well. And give yourself a break. Oops, hang on. Oh no, what have I done? Let me put it over here. Shall we do this? Sure, do that. Sorry, folks. We're just setting this up, and then we shall do some power washing. Select option, desktop duplication. What? Oh. Oops. There we go. Yay. Yay. Look at this working out. Oh, lovely. Eram says the sedation of young men started when I was a freshman in high school with the first gen iPhone and iTouch. Yeah, I mean, it was happening before that. I think the 80s was a kind of a weird blip. because they wanted to. The big thing was we're going to defeat communism. So the 80s. I think if you're younger, maybe didn't live through that time, you can look back on it with sort of fond, like "Hoorah, America!" Arnold Schwarzenegger, Rambo, and Rocky movies, and very, Donald Trump is like really a creature of the 80s. But the subversions were there. What Father McPherson was talking about. I kind of say it just to piss people off, but the whole wearing shorts is queer thing. And I'm clean this carousel. I'm gonna have to turn this music off because this is brutal. It's exaltations, right? The feminization of the masculine comes when men start doing feminine things, like preening about their appearance. Now, there's nothing wrong with dressing well or dressing to an occasion and all the rest of it. Yeah, hang on. We can turn up a little bit. How about that? Okay. But yeah, feminizations. Even look at like Staying Alive, that movie, Staying Alive. You can tell by the way I move my walk. That kind of stuff. And talking about like the disco culture and men preening about their hair and the tight pants and all that kind of stuff. So this stuff has been with us for a bit. Led Zeppelin, who I have always loved that band, but that music's full of demons. And you look at what Robert Plant was wearing and some of that during that time period, super tight pants, getting lustful eyes from the ladies and probably from a bunch of the fellows. So how do you get there, right? How do you instigate this almost need for medication, social or otherwise? Is you begin to subvert the natural nature of man and women. You start making the feminization, the more feminized men into sex symbols, into objects of desire by most women, and men desire that too, right? They don't necessarily desire to, they're not a peri alpha man on this one, but they certainly desire to be desired, so they follow suit. And then you kind of let memetics take control. So the medication and all that stuff, I mean, again, maybe it's a more brutalist form of doing it, but I almost think it's a response to probably a social or cultural, meaning Christian autoimmune system that was trying to kick in, and make people reject all this stuff. And so they then move to medication. If you look up what the Romanians were doing in their prisons, it's a reason Ceaușescu and his wife was not allowed to retire. Not allowed to get on that flight. They were doing some wacky stuff. No, fair enough. That's when you first noticed. Yeah. They were, I think they learned the Soviets taught the world a lot of things, a lot of little dark secrets. We talk about Operation Paperclip with the Germans who came over with the nice little rocket technologies. But there's very little talked about probably what Soviet defectors and other things that were learned post-fall of the Soviet Union that many were eager to share, to get paid in protection. So how much did what's his name? It's that guy from Trigonometry or something like that. I forget his name. His dad was a Soviet, ranking Soviet guy who had to basically flee with money. Christian, I don't know, someone like that. Doesn't matter. That guy, and his family leaders. Just like, yeah, there's probably quite a few of those people who left or fled or were forced out of the Soviet Union at some point, especially with Putin coming in. Say what you will about Putin, but he did go and clean up shop, especially with the oligarchs and a lot of these funny people who are hanging around. Kissin, that's it. Konstantin Kissin. Appreciate you. So, yeah, the things they were doing, check out what they were doing in Romania. Who's talked about it quite a bit. He talked about it when he was on my show, as well as Mano from Study of Stuff. We should get back on. I love me some Mano. Good Greek Orthodox Canadian boy. Great show, too, if you like music. Go check him out. I think he's doing live shows every Sundays, I think, now. Or thereabouts. It's hard for me because I always have to do the time math, right? So I can't remember sometimes what days I catch these shows on. But so if I tell you Monday, it's probably a Sunday, depending on what time zone you're in. Oh, this level is annoying. Clean up horse butts. I don't even want to do the thing. Oh, I'm gonna be here all week. So yeah, the experiments they were doing, things they were doing in Romanian prisons, especially to Orthodox Christians, are pretty perverse. And I think it was really to try to separate man from God, to try to destroy that image bearer status, to separate, to bring us down to something lower than even a beast. And it didn't really work ever. In fact, it brought there's many more stories of priests men who would then go on to be priests within Orthodoxy, who said they found God in that suffering. So, see, rejoice! Isn't this a uplifting show, folks? Like, if you want happy, there's shows we can direct you to. I'm not saying I'm going to be unhappy. I'm quite happy, actually, but I can only deliver you the real in one tone. It's a deep voice. What do you want from me? That being said, those who've been sticking around for a bit, what do you think of the show? New format. There will, of course, always be tweaks and little things we do along the way. But let me know. Let the people know. And let me know what you think. Try to be constructive. You got criticisms. Or also just block you. Do you think the rise of Orthodoxy is a coincidence or a miracle, for lack of a better word? I believe certainly not a coincidence. I just don't believe in coincidences anymore at all. I certainly do think it's divine. Yeah, I think there was basically like a signal put out, and maybe this has always been a signal, but people just weren't picking up on it. Our antennas were bent, but certainly by 2020 and the events of 2020 and the lockdowns and all the rest of it, and not to give that stuff too much credit, because I think it had been building up. I think it has been building up and building up and building up, because even before, because the trans bathroom stuff had been building up, and they were trying to sell you on this kind of stuff, and I think people, especially with the Trump first term, with the Russia collusion and all that stuff, and the lies just kind of got to a point where it was really hard to stomach. Like, you had to be pretty far gone, blue-pilled normie to believe the Russia collusion stuff for any length of time. it never sounded sincere or made sense. And maybe because I've been studying, I've been keeping abreast of Russian news and Putin and all the rest of it for a long time before that. So I was like, yeah, that's not how Putin does things. So no, no, that's not right. So it was easier for me in some ways. But I do think it's like how do you know someone's lying without really knowing they're lying? Like you can't say, oh, you're lying about this and that, the other thing. You don't have proof they're lying, but you know they're lying. And I feel like we've just kind of gotten to that point in the West where the lies have gotten so almost obvious that, and once you scratch one and start to question one, then you're like, well, wait a minute. If they would lie to you about this, what wouldn't they lie to you about? What else are they lying to you about? And as it turns out, pretty much everything. I've said this on the show many times, so sorry if you've heard this one before, but for me, the thing that broke me out of dinosaurs was they have feathers now. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not buying it. Oh, they're chickens. You go from raptors to chickens. Like, nah, no. Why? Because Jurassic Park in the movie has raptors looking a certain way, and like they kind of look, if you look at them, kind of weird. They look like, bald green birds or something. They kind of work like birds, so that's it. They're like birds. They're like just giant green scaly eagles. Nope, not buying it. Sorry, F you, not doing it. Thank you, come again. And then that gets you thinking, well, hang on a second. This happened when I was a secularist. It wasn't even happening to me, this is pre-Christian turn. And I was like, yeah, I'm not jiving that. So then it gets you questioning, like, well, hang on a second. If they're going to lie to you, okay, maybe they're just lying to you about dinosaurs, right? It's a grift. They're just making some stuff up to pay the bills. Okay. But then again, but no one's questioning this stuff. And you're like, and top scientists, Bill Nye the Science Guy, so they're repeating this stuff. You're like, well, hang on a second. Are you all in on the grift? You're all buying this? We're not all buying this one, right? And yeah, no, questions asked. And whether they're benefiting off it directly or indirectly makes you kind of go, okay, well, what else they could be lying about? And then you start looking into it and you go, what do you mean they've never found a complete skeleton ever? Like that, you'd think they would find like one to substantiate the claim. Nope. And then you're like, well, hang on a second. I kind of bought into this whole, like, you kind of think, well, they found fauna or like, imprints of plants or like some DNA. It's like, no, not really. No, they just assume a fraud. Because they're lizards. So they just think, well, they're lizards. They'd be cold-blooded, which, again, now they've, I think, reversed that or challenged that in science court or something like that. Whatever. So, lizards live in deserts or in jungles and stuff, so it was probably really hot. So they probably had, like, really big versions of what we have now. Why would that be true? Isn't things evolving? Like, why would it just get smaller? If they're evolving, then like plants and stuff would be way different, right? It wouldn't just be like palm trees, like really big ones. They'd be like completely different things, or like proto palm trees, or whatever the hell. Nope. No, dinos are fake, my friend. Get on the dinos are fake bandwagon. It'll clear you right up. We could do this right now. I'm power washing, so it's kind of hard for me to do the whole breakdown. But if you look up a Stegosaurus, and you can find this, you can still find this on Google. Look up a Stegosaurus, pictures of a Stegosaurus from over the last, I guess, 100 years? Like, I knew a Stegosaurus when I was growing up looked a certain way. Apparently, they don't look that way anymore. And you're like, well, okay. they must have found a new skeleton or something like that. And you look that up, and you're like, nope, no, they haven't. They just decided that that's not how they look. And you look at how they looked originally, and they were standing up on 2 feet, didn't have the plates and all the rest of it, and just had some spikes. And now they've changed into what I remember them having as big plates on their back and all that stuff. And now that's changed again too. Like they still have plates, but they're smaller, and they look different. And you're like, okay, well, obviously there must come from some proof of new skeletons found. How you could tell that is still a Stegosaurus and not just a different breed of dinosaur altogether, I don't know. Don't ask these questions. They just decided. It's a story. It's a nice little story. They just, well, they need to change things around a little bit. The Stegosaurus changed a bit. Not to mention, let's just talk about gravity for a second, right? Because gravity still existed, I'm assuming, like 1 billion years ago or whatever it was. Million, whatever, how many millions of years ago? Right. So if you have a big giant animal like a brontosaurus, like bigger than a whale, right? Presumed as large as a great white whale, more or less, maybe a bit smaller, but on 4 legs and eating plant life. And assuming that there's like more than one of these things roaming around, the jungle or whatever it was. Yeah, that doesn't work either. The largest land animal we have is our elephants, and those guys can barely move. Like, if they got much bigger, you take the biggest elephant there is out there, and that's about as big as you can get in Earth's gravity. Right, dinosaurs sell movies and toys and museum sales. Exactly. Because if you have a little kid, they are dinosaured up. My daughter just told me this morning she doesn't like dinosaurs. Or the other day, she tried putting some socks that have dinosaurs on it. She was all dinosaured up. And I was kind of casually mentioning, like, well, some people believe they're dinosaurs and other people think they're not totally true. Not me, of course. I don't want to have that run-in with teachers yet. But yeah, someone asked, Jar of the Great says, Jason, what's the craziest thing you think did exist? Well, I've come pretty much full on to the idea of Nephilim. Now, giants can mean a few things, but I do think there's plenty of weird evidence, right? Like not evidence, but certainly like possible evidence, hidden up evidence, conspiracy, X-Files, of giant human beings walking around. Giant meaning like, probably 8, 9, 10 feet tall, which would fit into the whole Nephilim kind of idea. I mean, giants can also can mean something more symbolic than actual, like, very large human beings, but there's that. I think dragons more or less existed. Now, I don't think they're the fire-breathing sort. I think those things, a lot of that gets mythologized. Oops. But I do think there was probably large lizards. To that part of dinosaurs, I think there were large lizards coexisting with human beings. Probably not that long ago, really, overall. Because there's just these tons of these stories. Now, you might think, well, these are, mythological constructs. These are symbolic archetypes. And I think there's a fair degree of possibility with that as well. Go talk to Jonathan Pageau. But I also think there's probably more, was it St. George who killed the last dragon in Britain? Yeah, I think there was probably very large lizards that have kind of fallen into mythology that were poking around, but with humans, and they weren't, some prehistoric precursors to chickens. So, because evolution itself is all bunk anyways. And you know what? Here's the thing. Obviously, yeah, you're Christian creationist, sure. But that was becoming plain to me even before I had become a Christian. That there was major holes in the story that didn't really add up. And it actually got worse the more time you added to the situation, the worse it got. Because you start to understand that failure is almost a guarantee in everything you do, right? Anything that we do or that anything that happens in nature, you're more or less guaranteed to fail. You know, animals oftentimes go hungry. You know, big giant, predators like lions and stuff like that can, or tiger, wolf packs and stuff like that can literally starve to death even though there's food around. There's, it's not like there's no deer or whatever because they just didn't catch enough. They go without a kill for long enough, and then they die, and that happens. Maybe not all the time, but it does happen. So failure is actually much more likely than success. So when you take that as a starting point, as a modus operandi, as a point of reality, then you start looking at evolution and like, okay, so the chances of a random mutation being disadvantageous, being terminal or, just having no good effect at all is 99.999999999% likely, right? Because failure is much more likely than success, especially when you're doing something completely random for no good reason, which again is the story. I think they're going to try to modernize this thing and try to find some sort of evolutionary will. But then then you just get into infinite regress, right? So it's like, okay, but where did the will come from? Where did the amoeba come from to become more than just the amoeba? Why was it not satisfied at being the best amoeba it could be? It had to evolve into something that was not an amoeba we were told to ensure survivability and become better at eating and procreating and surviving and passing its genes on and all that good stuff. You're like, okay, well, it could just stopped at any point before that, right? Like, so, and all the changes in environment. It's like, yeah, okay, here's your problem with changes in environment. If you change the environment too much, too suddenly, too extreme, then everything dies. Right? So the environment would have to change just enough, minutely, over time, and consistently. So consistent change, but very minute. And we look around the world today that we have and go, well, does that seem likely, given just the conditions we have on Earth today? No? Oh, okay. Well, because of us, right? We change things. Like, nah, things get changed by nature all the time, pretty suddenly, dramatically. So I'm not buying that story the way it's presented. Unicorn is the archaic word for rhinos, yeah. Someone's trying to tell me how evolution works. No, I get it, man. Oh, wait, this is just a bot. Okay. Never mind. I thought it was, I got excited. I was like, someone's like, I'll explain it to you. It's all just math and strategy. I'm like, okay. Anyways. Jarv the Great, $10. Jarvis.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
I got a whole soundboard of good stuff. I don't know why the things are not popping up, but the alert box notions, I'll have to figure that out. Again, you think you got everything figured out, right? Everything's working, and then all of a sudden there's something just random. Oh, no. Nope, not going to work today. We got that one. What we got?
Thank
Chad
you.
Gable. What we got? Oh, haven't done this one yet. Send me some money, honey. We'll give you some soundboard loving. Watch me get demonetized on YouTube for this. Anyways, what else we got? I put a whole bunch of him here.
You just made the list.
Jar of the Great, $10. What is the biggest difference between Catholicism and Orthodoxy? I'm Cradle Cath, somewhat astray, kind of on the pagan side. The weird drift of the online right towards my birth faith is strange. What do you mean, Roman? I mean Catholicism? Yeah, I'm not a theologian, but there's the schism, so that we can get into the Filioque. There's a whole bunch of stuff, obviously, between Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism. I would say for a modernist, though, I would tell you go check out Jay Dyer's videos and talks on this. He's far more learned and better on this one than I will ever be. However, you got to look into Vatican II specifically, and the changes Vatican II made to Roman Catholic dogma. And it's not good. One of the big takeaways, and it's something that Jay got into with a debate with his, I think he's Roman Catholic, I'm not quite sure, apologist not too long ago, was the fact that with Vatican II's interpretation of God, basically saying that we all faiths, Muslims, Jews, Christians, even I would say Hindus and some of that, all worship the same God, just in different ways, perhaps in perfect ways, but it's always the same God. And I won't, there's a lot of reasons to think that is not just not true, but heretical, and needs to be recanted. So, Roman Catholicism, hey man, you can have all your feelings about it. I would truly steer away from Gnosticism. It's which is paganism. That's all it is. It's just Gnostic beliefs. In Orthodoxy, it's not that we don't think that those gods are real. We think those spirits are real. They're just not good spirits. Let's put it that way. Quite a few of them are fallen angels or demonic forces. So, you'll see it pretty obvious in most Gnostic faiths. There is always an element of human sacrifice. So even with Odin and all the rest of it, there was human sacrifice rituals. The Romans went through different phases of it. The Romans also started moving away from Zeus worship and into worship of the Tsar as a man god kind of thing. So that gets more complicated. But even the Greeks had human sacrifice rituals. So it's got to keep that in mind that quite a few of those spirits, it's not that they're not real, they're real. They're just not the kind of spirits you probably want to commune with. And check out Orthodoxy, man. I think here's the thing is that Orthodoxy has kind of a little bit for everybody, especially the modernist men are gonna find this out pretty quickly. What's good about it is that if you like the mystical and the spiritual and the sort of let's say non-philosophy, it's got that in spades. Tons and tons of mysticism to kind of get yourself involved in, and the right kind, because it's not trying to kill you and eat you. So there's that. The other good thing is that it has a philosophy. It has just common practice. It's got a little bit of everything for everybody. It's kind of probably why it survived and thrived for this long, and why people went out of their way to defend it and keep it alive, even when it would have been probably easier to not do that. I'm talking about the Soviet Russia situation and all the rest of it. It's pretty stunning what people went through to keep the faith intact. It's also what makes me so sad about what Zelensky and them are doing to the Orthodox faith, because really Ukrainian language, culture, all that stuff, if they're, I know a lot of people want to say that it's not distinct from Russia. It is. It's, obviously Russia and Ukrainians are cousins in many ways. But there is a uniqueness to Ukrainian culture, and the only reason that was preserved was because of the canonical church. which Zelensky and co have gone out of their way to harass, outlaw, and other such wonderful things. So, new I7GO said, "How did the first molecule or cell in the first universe or dimension create itself?" Concluded, something has always been. It's more logical and reasonable to believe in God. Yeah. Well, here's the other thing, right? Let's get out of materialism for a second, because yeah, you're right. How did the first gas form? Because you're left. The problem with the materials always has is you're building backwards, right? You have a thing that is, and so you have to say, well, there. If you're saying there's this thing that is, and presupposing a time when this thing isn't, then you have to presuppose a time when this thing becomes the thing. So let's talk about, let's just say, a gas, right? So before the Big Bang and before all the building blocks of the universe suddenly come into existence, which is, kind of neat that it does that thing. And all these building blocks, all these atoms or particles or whatever, when they form, when they make contact with each other, they start to do some certain things. Now, the oddity of this is that the things that they do just happen to, work out in our favor. Oxygen is a thing. Rocks form in a way that can be used as rocks. And you're adding these sort of randomness to even the particles that are required to form the basis for a rock. It's one thing to say that some fish started developing legs, even though, okay, sure, so then that starts to develop the skeleton for legs, the need for legs, and desire for legs, and over time it creates legs and crawls itself out of the sea with lungs that can breathe air and all the rest of it, and you're taking all these micro adaptations and adding them all up, and therefore you have land fish. That's crazy enough as it is. What you're not contending with is oxygen, and the fact that an oxygen molecule at some point didn't exist and had to somehow come into existence, and just happened to find its way to places instead of just being localized in one area. It's when you start adding it up to all the things that have to line up, that also have to have all these building blocks and all these other particles that didn't exist at some point, then just came into existence, and just happened to be able to function together to create rocks and gas and suns and all these other things that you need to even have life on Earth as a prerequisite. Well, that's a stunning amount of whoopsies. Your coincidences are starting to pile up to the point of ridicule, because you're granting yourself particles. Not only are you granting yourself particles, you're granting yourself particles that can work with each other. Here's the other thing about God and the mind, and I did the thoughts thing. I don't know if I really talked about everything's produced. I'll expand on that on a future show. We'll be back on hopefully Monday, Eastern Standard Time, around the same time. That's the plan. The problem with the assumption is that you give yourself mind, right? Even brain chemistry. You're granting yourself brain chemistry that can evolve to a point of consciousness, even though we're the only life on Earth that we know of that has this consciousness. But the dolphins, yeah, they're not conscious in the same way that we do. Sorry, that's just not true. But the apes, well, again, not conscious. Highly intelligent compared to other animals. Yeah, sure, trainable, all the rest of it. But not conscious in the same way humans do. And this isn't a sort of well, why are there, if we've evolved from apes, why are there still apes? I'm not doing that kind of argument. Although, it's actually not as horrible an argument as it first sounded. The only problem is it was made by guys like Kirk Cameron. And, it's easy to not listen to that dude. But, point being, since you're just granting yourself whole categories of coinkydinks, that these things just happen to work together, here's a big question for my materialist friends. What's the first thought? There had to be a first thought. Without the ability, by the way, because a thought would have had to be a precursor to speech. So rudiment. I'm not counting like grunts and groans and barks and stuff as speech, as a legit form of communication, right? Other than like basic things that animals can do. A dog can bark, but it can't write a poem. Can't express what it's thinking at any given time if a dog could think. So then you're left with the idea of like, okay, what was the first thought? Can you express a thought without thinking it with words? The closest thing you could maybe get to is pure inspiration, like art. Like you could draw something without the necessity of a language, like a formalized language or words. So now we're getting somewhere with that. You go, well, that's why they drew on the walls, and then that got them thinking and stuff. Okay, but that still gets you down to what's the first thought? What were they trying to express? Because let's say unless you have widespread, like a whole bunch of these proto-humans, not yet humans, still kind of apish, all kind of having these proto-thoughts all at the same time. If it's only one dude strolling on the wall against a bunch of other still apes who can't understand what the fuck he's doing, excuse me, then that doesn't work either. So you're presupposing a whole bunch of these guys all haven't been able to think. Which brings us back to the same question. Is like, what's the first thought? The argument for God, especially for the mind, is that you don't need to have this sort of quinky-dink first thought paradox, where you have to have a first thought. What's the first thought? Can a thought happen without a language by a very very small select few humans or not yet humans? How would they express this? How would they even know what a thought was a thought if they haven't thought a thought yet? It becomes infinite regress on this. But the idea with God is that, well, God's the first mind. So all our thoughts, which aren't really ours anyways, come from someplace else. We are mechanisms of discernment of information. And we can put that information together in kind of unique, novel ways. But, any real true thing that we would consider a thought probably doesn't even come from us because you couldn't isolate it down to when did this occur. And that gets into funny and funky stuff. Let's see this. First molecule cell. It's kind of wondrous the fact that life exists at all. Well, I mean, it's God. So, just thank your creator. Be thankful. Be thankful. It's easy. My dog ain't as conscious as me, but she's good company nonetheless. Well, I'm sure she is. Jarvis says, yeah, self-awareness, awareness of mortality is what drives art, reproduction, the desire for immortality. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that's a much more of a modernist idea. The drive. Yeah, you can say that the continuation of the species. It depends on where you're coming from. This, right? Like biological imperatives used to be the word of when I was a kid, when I was a young man. And again, they just grant themselves imperative. You just grant yourself this whole category that's saying like, well, there's this will. Okay, where does the will come from? Can you find the will? Where is there an organ called the will? Like, where is this thing? Where is this will? Will to survive, will to procreate, okay, where is it? Where is it? Is it just, are we just going to say, well, it's nestled in our DNA somewhere? It's like, okay, well, what produced it though? Did the first, not even yet amoeba? Because again, you're just granting yourself single cell organism. Because this is the problem, your infinite regress theory, is that eventually you have to get back to like, well, there was a time when there wasn't even a single cell organism. which is a bunch of proteins coming together. So is there a will for proteins to commingle and to create this, to evolve into a single cell organism? Well, that's just what it does. Like, okay, but how? Why? Well, we'll just find out sometime. Uh-huh. Yeah. Or you can just make some stuff up. That's fun, too. You just make it up. Oh, man, this is getting into the minutia, aren't we? Collecting the dings, though, folks. We're getting the dings. All I want for Christmas is another ding. So apparently they're coming out with Power Washer 2, Simulator 2. I don't even know how they can improve on this, really. I think it's just a way to repackage. I mean, just sell you a new thing for full price instead of an add-on. Jarvis says, there is no organ for the will to power. My dog has it, I have it, you have it, just not in the same degree. Again, but where does it exist? Is it just will to power? I don't know if that's we'll say will to survive, right? Which might include power, sure, but what manifests it, right? What makes the single cell organism want to survive? Right? You're just granting a want from a thing that has no mind. No mind. Right? It's a single cell thing. It's just farting around in the puddle of goo. But yet it must have this will in order for your little theory to work out. I'm not talking to you, Jarv. I'm not putting you down. I'm just ranting. Ranting against modernity. You're just happen to be in my way. Hang on, I gotta go to the loo. Be right back. Enjoy the carousel. Sometimes my dog, who has much less will to power, overcomes me with her cuteness, and I do what she wants regardless of whether or not it's good for me or not. Stay away from peanut butter, buddy. I feel like this is potential for the story going into dark places. All right. Do I finish this? Or do we finish up? I think we finish up. I feel like I have run out of things to talk about. Or the 5-hour mark. I was only going for 3 hours. But we've gone for 5. So let me just do this. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen. Hang on. This is going to drive me nuts. Carousel music. Why? Did we evolve to make carousel music? Was that the whole thing? Human beings evolved from amoeba just to create looping tracks of are infect my living nightmares. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, thank you so much for tuning into episode 1 of Mironchuck Live. We'll be back next week on the plan is Monday, starting around between 9 and 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bringing back at the end of the day the interview series. Got Adam Patrick. If you're a member on YouTube, you can check that out. Got a pre live stream there. Next week be quite likely talking to Thomas 777. Having him back on the show, so keep an eye out for that. And those episodes will be uploaded to all the different places. So follow me on X to get notifications for that. Of course, we'll be back with Jim Chatras next week for more Then and Now. And we're starting to see more interviews for Jim and I to talk to. And then the live show. Once or twice a week is the plan. And I appreciate everyone who tunes in. This is kind of the feel, the vibe that we're going for. And I appreciate anyone who likes, shares, and does the things with the videos and the streams. And send me some money. Keep the dream alive. The hope alive. And I will be talking to you again very, very soon. Thank you so much, everyone in the chat. I am Jason Mironchuck, and it's later than you